So we are safe. अच्छा ये तो कल वाले में खुल गया फिर 5 मिनट बाद.
Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day's coverage of the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship, the second event on the 2025 season. And we are in a very interesting juncture here with 18 more holes to go. Just to put to set up the background, Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club in Ahmedabad is hosting the tournament for the fifth time, the first one having been in 2021. The defending champion is Abhinav Lohan, and the leaders who are there, the leaders this right now in the tournament are Yuvraj Sandhu at 10 under, and he is being chased by Kshitij, Navid Kaul, and Arjun Prasad. And here is the weather report. It's quite humid today at 30 to 37%. And of course, I believe it's going to be warm through the day. So there is going to be a lot of, kind of people who are going to love wearing those shorts which are being used for the first time. As per the new rules, it is indeed great a tournament a change, and shots have been allowed for the professionals for the first time on the PGTI during the tournament. A pretty 9-hole course where the players go around twice, and we are now going to get off, see the start with this is Kshitij Navid Kaul.
हेलो
Hello.
आ रहा है सर वन का
What's it good?
ठीक है सर ठीक भागे नहीं यार बिल्कुल
There he goes, Rashid Khan, a multiple Order of Merit winner at this on the Indian tour. And here goes the group, Rashid Khan.
He's another one of those Swami who made a very good late recovery. I think all of them benefited from the fact that the wind didn't really pick up as expected, and the scores, as we saw, consequently, including those two very low runs by Kshitij Navid Kaul and Arjun Prasad that carried them to within one stroke of the leader. So I'm sure the players will be definitely hoping for similar conditions today, so they can cash in and get low
Absolutely.
scores. Whereas I'm sure the organizers, particularly the course management, will be hoping for the wind to pick up and make the course a slightly testing one for this fairly high quality field. We've already seen 10 under as the 3 day benchmark. Not forgetting the fact that the first two rounds are played over 9 holes, so it could have been higher or lower.
Absolutely. So this is the third last group. The player in the red shirt there On the left side of your screen is young rookie Vishesh Sharma. In the middle is the defending champion Abhinav Lohan, and on the right there is Rashid Khan. Rashid, of course, with the driver in his hand, certainly on the first hole. The first hole had given a lot of grief yesterday, a lot of bogeys on that. So off they go, the first group there. And after that, there'll be Rohan Thol Patel, Manu Kandas, and Saptak Talwar. And finally, the lead group will be there with Kshitij Navid Kaul, Arjun Prasad, and Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj Sandhu, of course, had it was a tale of two nines for Yuvraj Sandhu. It was four under for the front line, and then he gave away a few shots there. He did finish under par yesterday, but still, he did finish at 68 yesterday. But nevertheless, that is one. It looked like he would have a huge lead, but the others did catch up with him, and he was left with just a one shot lead over Kshitij Naved and Arjun Prasad.
What also worked against him, Swami, was the fact that his putter suddenly went cold on the
Absolutely.
second nine. I
It
mean,
was red hot on the front line and actually cold as a fish on the back line.
remember some of those putts he sank on the front nine were quite testing on,
Yes, absolutely. He had
and
some
suddenly
great ones.
he
Yes.
missed a few that he would have otherwise in that form of the previous nine would not have missed. But good thing is he sort of grinded it out and he kept his lead even if it's a small one. And still a very important fact to be ahead of the field, to be setting the pace, and in that sense he's already sort of one step up on the rest. Even though the lead was finally trimmed just to one shot by this huge charge that Call and Prasad put in on the second line, particularly yesterday.
There's been action right from the morning. This is a nine-hole course, let me remind viewers. So the players actually they go out early in the morning, they play the nine, and then they come back and play the same nine again a second time. So you will see a lot of players have actually kind of have already moved into their back line, the middle of the back line, in fact. And one of the golfers who's made the big huge charge has been Sachin Basoya. He is actually two under for the day, despite a bogey at the start and a double bogey on the third. He has had four birdies after that double bogey. He has had those double on the fourth, the eighth, the ninth, and the 11th. So he's moved up a decent time. Rohit Narwal, who played up and down yesterday, is still going up and down. He's had three bogeys and four birdies. He's one under. And so there is the first hole, of course, extracting a lot of flesh there. There's been a bunch of double bogeys and even a triple bogey by Gerard Sandhu. The scoreboard actually shows a lot of bleeding out there. Harendra Gupta, Prakhara Sawa all run into triple bogeys. So the first hole, actually playing very, very difficult right now. And as I can see on the scoreboard, there's not been a single birdie so far. Let's see if the other players, the leaders, start showing some better scores there. Right now, we've got on the field, on the course, just teed off. It's been Rashid Khan, Abhinav Lohan, and Vishesh Sharma. They were tied sixth yesterday at six under. And there is young Vishesh, who topped the preschool or the pre-qualifying at the Q school for the PGTI. A young 18-year-old lad shows a lot of promise there. And of course, Abhinav Lohan yesterday did catch up. He had a good run towards the second half, and you know ensured that he was not going to be out of the running. Abhinav Lohan, he finished with birdie right at the end, and had only one bogey through the day, and it was on that first hole when he played it the second time around as the 10th. So that has actually extracted a lot of. It's been a very challenging hole for everybody. In fact, many of the top players did well to avoid any bogeys when they played at that hole twice. That is going to be some problem there. It's crossed the red line, I think.
That ball's gone OB for sure. Here it's well, from the way they have landed. If you look at the shot down the like we just saw a little while ago, the approach to this green and the flag particularly is very narrow. There's not much of room to play with,
Absolutely, very
and
challenging actually.
also like we just saw a young man overhit the ball and he's gone OB. Probably that looks like it's in the water or in
It's into the thick, kind of flower, flower patch.
I mean,
We still have to see whether he actually went over the red line or still managed to be a little less be inside that. Abhinav
also what
just managing to stay on the fairway there,
that's a
and
great
it's
shot,
been a
great
terrific
shot.
shot. A
It's
great second shot there.
It was me making the point a little bit earlier about no one having picked up a shot yet. I think our defending champion has just showed that it can be done, but it requires a lot of precision. Also, I think what probably is hurting the players today is that the greens will be really firm, and
Yes,
the ball is
yes,
not going to hold for
indeed.
too long. So you have, like we just saw with Sharma, young Sharma, his ball just kept rolling on and kept going, just rolled off the green. Rashid's similar shot looks headed for a similar fate, but he's lucky it stopped short of the red line of the OB line. But
Yeah, he ran
Abhinav,
through the
what a
green and just went over into the apron, the rough there. It's still he's got. I mean, he should be able to get in.
but I was really impressed with that Abhinav's approach.
Oh yes, a terrific second shot
He
there.
sort of choked down on his club just a little bit, so he probably had a little.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state of the art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make
Here is Manu Gandas. After a not so happy start, he managed to pick up well, and Manu was pretty good towards the finish. Quite impressive, I must say. Especially his finish. The 28-year-old who plays at the DLF Golf and Country Club, he finished with two birdies in his last three holes for 71.
Manu's chosen right line here. Keep the ball. The further you keep the ball to the left on this fairway, you take that greenside bunker out of play for one. But you also have, like we just saw with Vishesh, the ball can roll off the green and into OB, into trouble. But again, this is a very experienced lot of players. Their distance control, flight, spin is tremendous. And Saptak Karwal seems to have taken to this business of shots being allowed. Swami
Yes,
is
indeed. I
most
mean,
happy.
remember, I mean, yesterday in the later stages, I mean, in the afternoon, he had a towel slung over his shoulder. Obviously, it was quite warm, humid, and he's taking, taking full advantage of shots being allowed. So I think quite good for him. I mean, I'm quite happy that these guys are, kind of taking advantage of that.
So he's followed again. trying to keep the ball as far left as possible so that the approach is, they have one clean shot at the flag.
Welcome to our Day 4 coverage of Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open 2025. I'm your host on the course, GS Veg, and alongside me are two fine gentlemen, Aditya Raj Chauhan, professional golfer, commentator, and right now general manager of Glade 1. And I've got Nikhil Kalan, the media manager of PGTI. First up, Aditya, the big question, the only question everybody is asking is, can Yuvraj hang on to that one-stroke lead he's got?
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all. It looks like Yuvraj has come into his peak form, which he showcased year back, where he and Manu Gandas were pipping each other, and they ended up winning 6 and 7 titles. But after a courageous round of 6 under par from Kshitij and Arjun Prasad, they have tightened the noose around Yuvraj, and it's a very, very challenging day for the leaders because they are a stroke adrift between each other. So let's see, the better man will prevail. If any
Last year came out of nowhere and then went on to win the title.
That's right. Even though Yuvraj Sandhu is the outright favorite and he's done it last week, he's hungry for a back-to-back, run of titles, which he mentioned to me last week. But you can't count out the chasing pack because that's exactly what happened last year with Abhinav Lohan coming from behind and winning, pulling that rabbit out of the hat with a hole-in-one right towards the end, maybe on in the final stages of the match, and taking it away from Maniram, who was leading at that stage. So you can't count them out. And there's Manu Gandas also in the chasing pack. He's done well here. He's won a title in the past, so he'll also be a contender. And his rivalry with Yuvraj Sandhu, we can still not forget from 2022. One more thing I'd like to add, Arjun Prasad, who is Yuvraj Sandhu's roommate and closest friend, is in the leader group with him. Yuvraj told me he's really looking forward to this round because he also feels Arjun is due for a title, and he says it'll be fun playing alongside him.
Yeah, it's absolutely fun playing when you are playing alongside your best friend. And I was at the hotel last night and I saw them having dinner together, and I was watching them from the other table, and they were very happily chatting about the game. And I was like wondering that these two will come out next day morning and fight it out for the big prize. So Aditya, just to know, could you just tell us about life on the tour? You are roommates and you're out there on the course the next day fighting it out and making sure that you do better, or hoping that the other one just slips away?
Well, I'm sure after a career of 19 years as a professional golfer, rooming in with some really esteemed players, Yuvraj amongst one of them. I remember him winning his very first title. We were roommates at that time. I was even trying to put a jinx in his brain saying that you'll only win when I am your roommate, but he shattered that jinx very comfortably. So yeah, I mean, let's just take the example of Yuvraj and Arjun Prasad. They'll play together, and I'm dead sure there's going to be no animosity, but only pipping each other on to bring out the best of the best golf they can play. And it's not just with players who are roommates. Over the years, when you're playing together and you have such a long, prolonged season where you're traveling together, you're in the same flights, you're in the same venue, pretty much in the same hotel, if not the same room, you start bonding on a lot of levels, be it having a dinner outing, be it just unwinding or movies. It becomes more of a very, unsaid friendship which prolongs and keeps going on. So it'll be fun to see these close young lads trying to see who outshines whom.
But what goes inside a mind if I'm Yuvraj Singh today, what goes inside my mind? How do I approach my first 9? And then again, this is a different tournament. It's the most challenging aspect is you play the same holes twice.
Well, over the seasons, if you look at the scoring, which PGTI has been improving dramatically, and so could we see at this time, the halfway cut went at level par. It's never ever gone on level par over here. Glade does possess its own difficulty levels, but seemingly the same thing, because the holes are going to be repeated, players have had a very good idea of how the surface is reacting on each greens. But as the pins are going to change, so the line reading is going to change, angle of attack is going to change. But how these players have played till now just suggests one thing: they're going to come out guns blazing, and there'll be a race towards maybe 14 under par, so that you can set up a pedestal. And especially with the leaders playing together, with the red fluctuates up and down, a lot of emotions go high and low. So someone who can take charge of his emotions and keep calm while the storm is brewing so strong is going to come out and win.
Nikhil, you've spoken to Yuvraj over the 3 days after the day's play. What's his mindset like? What does he say about the challenges on the course, and how does he look on the final day?
For starters, he's very positive always, and once he's on a roll, it's difficult to stop him. We saw that back in 2022. But once he was in the lead early on in the tournament, he did mention to me that he wants to check that box, tick that box, which is back-to-back titles, which he didn't achieve even in 2022. So he's quite confident, and he would be the outright favorite today. I feel he is the outright favorite, but he has a strong chasing pack, and we must not forget Kshitij Naveed Kaul is right there. He's also he doesn't show too many emotions on the course. He's a very cool customer, so we can't count him out. And there's Saptak Talwar, who's due for his first win also. So it's going to be quite a fascinating day today.
So we're going to see whether Yuvraj Sandhu gets his back-to-back title which he's wishing for, or we do see a new winner on the PGTI circuit. It's back to the com box. Over to V. Krishnaswamy and Rahul Banerjee.
So you're back here live, and here is Saptak Talwar from the fairway. Just grazing along the apron, and just settles just kind of so even the smallest of errors, I mean, you just miss the fairway, you hit it a bit too hard, and then when it goes onto the apron, it keeps going, and that's the way it's been. The final day of action at the Grade 1 presents Gujarat Open Golf Championships. This is the lead group. Kshitij Naveed Kaul, winner of 4 titles. He had a good third round. Turned professional in 2018. Has won 4 times since then. Par 4, 476 yards. It's been a tough hole. A little while ago, when I said that hardly any players have been getting any birdies, in fact, no one did, and then Abhinav Lohan kind of ended that run. He broke that jinx with a fantastic approach shot. And here is Arjun Prasad, the second player in the lead group, 26 years of age. The right achiever there is 26 years of age, looking for his maiden title. He's finished runner-up more than once. Has come back from a few injuries now and then. It's been like a few stops just when he seemed to be getting into form. But this week, he's showing that he's going to make a bid for it. Did he miss the fairway on the right side? It looks like it. And now, here is the leader. The leader and winner last week at Telecast Club. Yuvraj had a fantastic first 6 holes when he had birdied 4 times, and then in the remaining 12 holes he had just one birdie and one bogey. When the putter suddenly went cold, he shot 68 yesterday, 4 under 68, and reached 10 under. He was 10 under as early as the 6th hole on the day, and then stayed there at the finish with just one more birdie and one more bogey.
That's a safe.
That's a
safe
very
spot.
safe, nice. Exactly. He's not flirting with the the aprons, the edges, which has caused a lot of grief for many of the players. 9 holes is all that it has right now, at least, but very challenging indeed. So all the players are now on the course. Also, the lovely sights of Gujarat, Gujarat Tourism being one of the main sponsors here and backers of this game in the state, which has got at least 2 events so far on the schedule. Manukandas event off the green. Now let's see. The only way he can get a birdie is to chip it in, which is going to be a bit. Well, he's got it nicely onto the green, but he didn't have a clear. He didn't go anywhere close to the hole, so he has a bit of a my favorite one, a knee knocker. Rather, actually, this is more than a knee knocker.
Subtracts
So
off on the left fringe of the green.
that's right.
Second looks like the second line of rough, and he's opted to pick up. Looks like a wedge. We've seen quite a few people putt from this distance, but Alvar is he's also going with his putter. It seems to be the sensible thing to do.
Unless you get a perfect chip from there, it would be if the ball could just simply run away on these pretty electric greens at 11.5.
Pretty good effort there, Swami. Just probably not even a half roll short of where it should have gone. But like I was making the point earlier, this one of the factors that are already we are seeing come into play is how, because of the greens, how firm they are. We heard Amandeep Joel mention it yesterday, and we are seeing it already in the first lot of scoring. Um, like from what the readout that you saw, the number of double and triple bogeys on the first hole. So obviously keeping the ball on the green once with the approach shots is going to be critical. And already we've seen half the field paying a fairly heavy price for not being in total control of their shots or overestimating, how much they can keep the ball on the green. So Manu taking his time over this putt, he knows he has a chance, but he will have to convert every opportunity that comes his way. A very cool-headed player. He's done so well in the past. When we've talked about it quite often. This hot run of his that ended up with him getting the DP World Tour exemption for a year. Since his return, he's not really found that sort of form. But this year, he will look to put 2024 behind him and get back to the into the winner's circle as quickly as possible. He has all the tools. He has the game. He now has the experience of playing a full season in Europe, so that will, in the long run, definitely benefit him. Taking
This
his
is
time.
a testy putt. Yes,
There is
a relief.
confident conversion there. So.
Absolutely a relief after going missing the green in regulation, but still getting a spa. We saw Rohan earlier in the group ahead of them, apart from the fringe. Manu picking up his birdie. Oh, picking up his par. Saptak was on the green in two, and now we've got the lead group. A very important day in Arjun Prasad's career, looking for his maiden win. It's taking a bit too much of time there. Has had more than a share of practice swings. Looks happy. Looks like he's onto the green there. But a huge way off the flag. Yuvraj Sandhu.
He's that much longer as a off the tee, Swami. How much see the difference in distance between what he's having to cover and how much Arjun Prasad had to hit. And Arjun found himself on the wrong side of the fairway actually, on the right. This is by far the safer line to approach the pin. And Yuvraj has done very well, I think, to start off on a positive note. Very nicely controlled, and the ball trickles. This gives him a very, very good chance to pull away from the pack early on. That's a very makeable putt as far as the leader is concerned. We saw him convert some marvelous putts on
There's
the
been a
third
lot of
day.
slides. Here is, if you notice, Kshitij, he uses his right hand, shuts one eye. Of course, I can't see that with his dark glasses covering them. But he seems to have a different way. It's not just aim point or like any other style, but
That's a nice high ball again. Just a shade off, but not too bad. This one almost exactly where Saptak putted the group just ahead of
that
them.
was Rohan. Rohan who putted.
But
Actually, today, both the bearded gentlemen, Rohan and Saptak, are wearing shorts and playing together and of almost similar height.
they look
And if you
like
see them
twins.
from a distance,
Yeah, I think he's done pretty well with this one to keep the ball, to get the ball where he is.
I love the way he walks and ambles there very casually, very happy go lucky, talking to his caddy, is exchanging a smile. It's great, That's the idea. Have fun on the golf course. Sure, it keeps you in the good mood. A happy golfer will also be a satisfied golfer and will probably come back with a good score too. As far as the other scores are concerned today, M. Dharma has been 4 under through 15 holes. Rohit Narwal 1 under. Those have been, in fact, Dharma is the man who's actually done pretty well. There was Sachin Pasoya, who at one point had a string of birdies in the middle, a lot of birdies there, but he's also given away 2 double bogeys. That is not acceptable. Feed 2. Abhinav Lohan, the defending champion, who was the first guy to pick a birdie on the first hole today. A birdie on the first is almost like a bonus. I mean, it's very, very few have come there. We're back with the lead group. Yuvraj Sandhu picking up blades. Here is the super tracker. I quite like this, the way they make the graphic there. Shows the elevation of the ball, the apex. I mean, you really see that they've achieved good height there. Nice carry. Vishesh Sharma on feed 2. Vishesh had a bogey start on the first and not too happy with having missed that too on the second. So a little bit of a disappointing start for young Vishesh today. The problem on this golf course is the first hole, because when you make a mistake here on the first hole and give away a shot, you've got to come back here once more on your second 9. Maybe that's a chance that you can make up there, but seldom has that been the case.
And Arjun making a very, very decent hand of that. He had the longest putt of this group, right from the middle of the green, and with the flag tucked away in the top left corner of the green. So he's done it. Given the amount of damage it has caused to so many cards earlier in the day, to leave this hole with the par is par for the course.
It's par for the I'm sure.
Getting a birdie is a bonus. But so Arjun will feel that at least he's got his round. If he converts, makes that putt, he will feel that his round has begun at least on a steady note. Both Kshitij and Yuvraj have an opportunity to turn this into birdies. Kshitij, it's slightly more difficult, but coming off 2 cuts of the rough, that will mean the ball will both change direction slightly and its velocity will also be affected. But it's a confident looking strike.
Oh, that
It's
was a beauty. That was a
very
beauty.
confident looking strike, and he
And
just let his hands go through and didn't.
you make a putt like that at the start of the round because your
For just a
confidence
couple of
is.
minutes, Swami, it will also gives him a share of the lead because he was just one back of Yuvraj, and
If that's a birdie, then
then
yes, he does get into a shared lead. Yes, indeed, you're right, Rahul.
until unless
Let's see
Yuvraj
what
makes this
Yuvraj
conversion, yeah,
replies with.
if he gets this birdie, then he stays ahead. But good start by this group. I think Arjun will feel that he's got a good chance of leaving with a par. You've already seen one bird, and good chance of another one. There you go. Leader successfully converting. No fuss. Looks like he's that slight dip with the putter in the on second nine yesterday. Hopefully, he'll be behind. Yuvraj will want to make sure that his putter is dialed in and on target. Good judgment.
Good putt to start with.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस।
Here at the Glade one, beautiful sights around this golf course. The iconic island green, the ninth hole, and the 18th green. Remember, we're playing common greens for the 18 holes. The front nine is repeated. You play the same greens, though the tee boxes change by a little bit, not too much. And the pin positions also for the back nine will be different. So the PGTI does the best it can in trying to give the players a slightly different challenge, even though we are playing the same track twice over. On screen is our second leader group: Rohan Dhole Patil from Pune, Saptak Talwar, and Manu Gandas from DLF. Rohan seems to have hit a fairway wood right in the center of the fairway. Shots off the tee are probably one of his strongest suits, so not surprised to see him in the short grass after his tee shot. Difficult to differentiate between Saptak and Rohan today. They're almost twinning. Manu seems to have missed his tee shot a little bit to the right, so he's out of our screen at the moment. We should hopefully catch him hitting his approach into the second green. Back on the tee, Yuvraj not too happy with that tee shot, talking to his ball, hoping that it stays in the short grass. We'll have to wait and watch where that has ended up. All these players like to follow the exact same routine on every shot, regardless of the shot number that they're playing. It'll be as similar whether it's your tee shot or it's your birdie putt or any other shot number. Oh, that's a good shot, safely on the green. Left himself a 15 footer for birdie. You should be happy with that shot, given that this flag is pushed all the way to the back of the green. The final round of this tournament, the flags, the players would be expecting the flags to be in slightly tighter locations. So it's going to be a mixture of aggression and being a little safe on a few flags. You saw the first hole green, balls pitching in the front part of the green were releasing all the way to the back pin position. So also gives you an indication of the greens forming up, which will definitely add to the challenge on this final day. Oh, brilliant shot by Manu. There you go again. The ball releasing after it bounced. It looked like he didn't have a very low lofted club, so he was probably going with a mid iron or a short iron, but that ball still released quite a bit. Again, just an indication of how hard these greens have become over the course of this week. Saptak is just short and right, so it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to chip the ball from there or putt. Though it does look like he has a wedge in hand, so he'd like to just get this ball on the green as soon as possible and release all the way to this back hole location. And practice swings, practice swings give me an indication that he's probably going to try and throw it all the way back to where the pin is. Yeah, a high lofted shot, and that did not release as much as he would have wished for, or he probably just missed his landing spot by a few yards. So he's left himself with about a 15 to 18 footer for par. Rohan using his feet to gauge the slope. Another player who really starts rolling in a lot of putts when he's playing well. The first hole has seems to have had Manu's number. He's bogeyed it the two times that he played yesterday, the first and the 10th hole, and again bogeyed it today on day 4. But he did have a really strong finish yesterday. He was +1 through most of the round, but managed to make 2 birdies coming in, which I'm sure would leave him feeling a lot better by the end of the round, and hopefully he can make make many more birdies starting out today. Though he started with a bogey on the first, but a player of his class, I won't be surprised if he gets to a few under par pretty quickly, in spite of the bogey. Yeah, we have a referee on the green. Not quite sure what the reason for that is. Could be a could be an old hole or some damage to the green, and Rohan's asking for relief for that, but politely declined by the referee. So he's going to have to navigate through that, put that out of his mind, and just put a good stroke on this putt and get the ball rolling on a nice roll. On live feed 2, we are at at the par 3 hole number 4. Rohan in readiness for his birdie attempt. Nice positive stroke, just missed that on the right side. under at that putt. Something we've seen happen quite often with the players here this week. But that should be an easy return putt, so should be able to get down in 4. So beg your pardon, in 5. It's a par 5. So that was his 4th shot, his birdie attempt. Saptak with his birdie putt. Oh, just short and right again. Really good putt. That must have looked good for some time. Just running out of legs. It's always a little disappointing for these players if they don't take advantage of a par 5. And Saptak and Rohan have definitely not both walking away with 5s. Though Rohan still got to make his 2-footer. And now to our champion from 2022, Manu Gandas with his birdie attempt. Ball managed to just stay cushioned between the apron and the green. I wonder if the apron is going to play a bit of a hindrance to this putt. It's looking good. Just leaves it short. Well, that looked like a downhill putt, and surprising that he left it short. So must have been some grain at play there, which slowed that ball down. Manu did make about an 8-10 foot putt for bogey on the first hole. So I mean, that should have given him some confidence with the putter. He would have liked it to be at least a par putt, if not a birdie putt, but doesn't take away from the fact that he did hold a 8-10 footer to start his round. So should be feeling pretty good with the putter in hand. It's just about hitting some good shots off the tee and approach shots to give himself birdie putts through the day. So all 5s with the second leader group on day 4. We go back to the 4th hole tee box. The group of Rashid Khan, Abhinav Lohan, and Vishesh. Oh, takes that flag on, just bounces around the hole. But given how hard these greens are, how firm these greens are, that ball's ended up about 10 feet past the flag. But a brilliant shot. That's one name that the leaders would be wary of, Rashid Khan. If he can get hot in the first few holes and make a few birdies, get on a bit of a charge, he'll definitely be playing on our leader group's minds. Abhinav Lohan with his tee shot, one of the few players to have birdied the first hole, had a fantastic second shot on hole number 1, and safely on the green on this long par 3 fourth. Not really a birdie hole, not a hole that you really want to take on. Uh, we all know how aggressive Rashid Khan is with his with his style of play. So I'm not surprised he took that flag on. But I would imagine not too many players today will want to do that. Vishesh Sharma shot on the way. Oh, looks like that's short and right. So he's going to have to make an up and down from there to save his par and sort of build some momentum on this fourth day. He's already +1, already dropped a stroke in the early going. So I think just
In fact, it was Abhinav Lohan who set the tone for a great start, a birdie on the first, which has actually proven to be pretty challenging earlier in the week. Hani Basoya actually picked a birdie too there. So Hani, Abhinav Lohan, Kshitij, and Yuvraj, all of them picked a birdie each on that first hole. So showing that the top stars have actually done pretty well there. Yuvraj Sandhu ensures that he stays ahead when his playing partner Kshitij picked a birdie on the first. Yuvraj replied likewise. So 11 under and 10 under, with Arjun Prasad right behind them at 9 under. So the battle is on. The lead group now on the par 5 second. Come on. Yuvraj looks very intently there. Searching for something here, probably a marker that he likes. I wonder if it's a superstition or probably it's a marker that he likes. And I'm sure could even be a marker that he used a couple of years ago when he was on a winning streak.
Yuvraj has done well to resist the early pressure on from the lead group. Both he and Kshitij getting birdies. Arjun Prasad will know that he has his work cut out for him now. He has to step up. Lovely approach shot there from
That's
his
a nice shot. This is a par 5, so they would all be very keen to pick up a birdie here, a shot here, because that would mean that they don't allow any of their rivals to, kind of take any advantage of this birdie hole, a par 5. Yesterday, if you remember, Yuvraj had birdied the first 3 par 5s, and that actually set the tone for him.
Arjun again looks to have long gone with his approach. Chit is very well placed. 2.5 foot putter. Yuvraj doing some gardening on these extremely fast and firm greens. 11.5 on the stimp, we are told today, as it was yesterday. Now the wind has also started to pick up, Swami. So
That's right. The flags are fluttering away.
if this continues, it will pose a bigger and bigger challenge to the field. In that sense, the morning groups, if the winds was down, they probably may have had the better of the conditions. But in the like we saw yesterday, it's kind of evened out in the end because Call and Prasad putting in that really hot charge at the end. So yeah,
32 in the first round of 9 holes, 34 in the next, and 68, 4 under yesterday in round 3. He's on the second hole, a par 5. Yuvraj, I'm sure he'd be hoping to sink that. Breaks just before, just a bit too early. Wants to finish off. So that saves no need to mark. Sometimes when you mark there, there's always a bit of a. Looks like he picked a birdie there. Arjun from the fringe.
not a very easy stance. I mean, he's kind of 1 foot will be lower than the other one. Just a little bit off balance. The ball is on a higher level on the shelf, and his left foot is on the green. So he made a great effort. Made a
Great effort there. Stops right at the lip there. Barely a roll or two.
When the players have confidence on the green speed, then you can go for these putts. And even if you're slightly off from the fringe, you know that the ball is not going to, stop suddenly or pick up pace. And then nice even speed. So I think a word of appreciation must go to the ground staff and the management of Grade 1 because they've presented a course in really good condition. Also, the weather's helped. It's not been too hot. So they accepted. Yesterday afternoon when we saw it got a little warm. Kshitij now looking to finish what should not be a very difficult putt. Still taking his time. Big strapping lad. Hits the ball a long way. And really taking his time. Soft grip on the putter. Taps it home. He's made a very steady start, Swami, and this will, do his confidence a world of good. He's already a four-time winner, of course, like you said. But when you make good starts and you're keeping up with the leader, putting pressure on Yuvraj Sandhu early from the very first hole, he's birdied the first hole and made sure that Yuvraj had to birdie to stay in front. And Arjun will now have to scramble to keep up with this group because his two playing partners are really on the money. They're on the ball, and both of them have made excellent starts. So Prasad in hunt of that elusive first PGTI win, already knows that he has to up his game significantly to stay with the leaders. Uh, he started off one behind the leader alongside Kshitij Navid call, and is already not for any fault of his, but just that his playing partners both picked up shots on the very first hole, which has otherwise extracted a heavy price on a very large number of the field. The unmistakable figure of Anga Chima, who swapped shorts for trousers today.
Probably didn't have a second pair of shots.
This round well underway, putting for on the seventh. Par three. Greatly, greatly unlucky because the ball went in and the hole just spat the ball out. Maybe less than half a pound of pressure extra on that push. He will feel that he should have got better returns. Very gentle tap. Even that was a bit too much on this very speedy green. Look at that. Just
This is another youngster on the tour, Tushar Pannu, who was playing with Angachima. There was Angachima. So while we've been also keeping an eye on the scoreboard on the leaderboard, Manu Gandas has come to a lot of grief. He had an 8, a triple bogey on the second, normally a birdie hole, a par 5. This is Om Prakash Chauhan, a former Order of Merit winner. Om Prakash Chauhan cleans up.
everybody else seems to be dropping putts all around, but Manu is very unfortunate, obviously, on a par 5 to go 3 over on that one hole alone. You just send him plunging down the order all the way down to 21st.
One mistake like that, and it ran up almost ruins your tournament.
Amardeep Malik from my home club, I mean, he's turned things around very well after a bogey start, 3 birdies over the next 8 9 holes, and he's 1 under for the day, up to 2 under overall, and to the top 20. You've seen a few of these early blips and then recoveries thereafter. So Manu will not lose heart. I mean, triple bogey is always a big dent in your card.
Oh yes, without doubt.
But he has the talent and the game to come back from there. Though it's going to be now an uphill task because the lead group are really not showing any signs of caving under pressure, playing very steady golf. In fact, 2 of the 3 have picked up shots already.
So Manu Gandas has had a disastrous start today. A bogey, a triple bogey, and a bogey in the first 3 holes. So he's already played 5 over for the first 3 holes. That must be quite disheartening. Angachima, one of his playing partners, has got par, 3 pars in succession. As has Rohan. Rohan and Angad have parred all first 3 holes. And poor Manu has had. Well, I think one of the horses that you seemed to back early in the day, Rashid Khan, has had a good start.
Yes, making a very, very good go of the first 9. Picked up 2 shots in 4 holes. Vastly experienced player, Rashid Khan. For the wiry frame, hides a lot of power.
Absolutely. He actually Draws a lot of power from that swing, and that frame.
The two-time Asian Tour winner, been to the Asian Games. I think he was part of a
Yes,
silver
yes,
medal winning
absolutely.
team.
He got a. That was in 2010.
He broke a 24-year wait for a medal for India, golf medal.
No, 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 no. He didn't win an individual medal. He won a team
No,
medal.
I'm saying that medal was after a long
No,
time, wasn't it?
2006. The
Oh,
Asian Games before that
that was the
with
one that
Anirban and Gagajit.
that was the one that really ended a very long wait for a gold medal. After that flying start at the 1982 games, where
That's
India
when.
probably practically swept the board
And
with
then in
great performance.
2002, actually, we didn't win any medals in the team championship, though Shiv Kapoor
Shiv,
picked a gold.
yeah, yeah.
Is Gaurav Pratap playing alongside Mohammad Azhar and Hani Basoya. Gaurav seems to be complaining about the ball, which is not doing what he wants it to, which is to disappear into the hole. Golfers often seem to talk to the golf ball and ask questions of it.
It's more like begging. It's more like begging, Swami. It's not like asking questions. It's begging them, please, 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 go left, go right, go straight, go long. There's no asking questions. They're just pleading for the ball to do what they want it to do.
This is Mohammad Azhar. If you notice, Rahul, some of the players seem to be still experimenting whether or not to wear shorts. Like Anka Chima, he wore it earlier on, then went back to trousers. Rohan Dhol Patil today wearing shorts.
I think we'll see more of it as the summer comes along, Swami. This is still spring, late winter, so it's not terribly hot yet. But once we get into the warmer months, April onwards, I would expect to see more people, make the transition. And the
This is
twins,
Rohan Dhol Patil and Saptak Talwar.
the twins in action,
From
same
the back, they look absolutely identical.
light colored caps, light colored t-shirts, similar colored half shorts, footwear almost the same.
It just seems, Rohan seems to have a little more facial hair growth than Saptak, but that is when you get to know them.
Considering
Closely.
we're mostly seeing them from behind. It's not easy to tell, isn't it?
Maybe we'll have to start identifying with which pocket do they put the glove in. Rohan needs to get this done. He's got that going. Oh, stops just at the mouth.
It was a very good read. I mean, just he will be wishing that he had put a little bit more force into that putt, because he read the left the left to right turn of the green perfectly, but left it just that roll or two short.
So we've got an identification mark between Rohan and Saptak. One of them has got the glove in his left back hip pocket, and the other one in the right. And Manu Gandhas has a lot of bogeys on his card, so we can make out. Manu desperately needs a shot of birdies, a couple of them, and maybe hopefully he can make some recovery at least. Otherwise, he's virtually dropped out of the race. Way back now. Things not going his way. Anyway, it was a long putt. Saptak Talwar also looking for his first win on the tour. He does have a status on the DP World Tour, or Challenge, or the Hotel Planner Tour for DP World. The second run tour there.
Taking note.
Abhinav Lohan takes a sip.
And the wind definitely whipping around now. And Avinav doing the right thing and keeping himself rehydrated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Caddy, for giving us a clearer view of the action on the green. Vishesh Sharma.
That's unusual on a where with the greens being as fast as 11.5 to run out of steam, 5-6 feet short of the pin was quite unusual. Well, one thing we've seen, Swami, these greens at this course are large. Some of them they're enormous. It gives the players a lot of scope to get onto the onto the putting surface quickly. Some of these are really large greens. Some of them are tight, small ones, but the others are extremely large. Oodles of space to play with. The defending champion taking his time, lining up a putt, pondering various angles and thoughts, looking at the lie, the grass, the cut. So many factors that come into play when you make a putt. I mean, a vastly experienced player taking his time over what he would like to be yet another step upwards towards the top of the leaderboard. 700 for his round for the tournament so far. Ball didn't turn as much as he expected. Just held its line, slid past the top corner, and he walks up to complete the formalities. Rashid, another player who's making a move on the day, also hugely experienced, played all around Asia, parts of the world as well. He's been off the boil for the last couple of years. With his quality, you can always expect him to bounce back anytime. Settling down, just relaxed stance over the ball. So it's not a very good judgment on his part, leaving the ball on the lower side and a little short.
And fairly short too.
And young Vishesh Sharma looking to close out the hole. Left his first putt well short, so this is not going to be an easy finish for him. It's a long 6-7 footer. $400 for the tournament so far. This par 5 looking to finish things off well on a good note. Keeps it high, slides past the edge.
Quick greens. Not easy there. No shots for the taking there. You got to work hard. And now we see our leader, Yuvraj Sandhu, on the fourth hole. Arjun Prasad. That's the fourth hole.
Par 3 fourth, playing to a little over 180 yards. Kshitij on the ball. You just saw Yuvraj Sandhu hit his tee shot.
A bit disappointment for Kshitij. He's just coming off a drop shot on the third. So which again means the gap between him and Yuvraj is 2 shots.
Yuvraj, how's it competing against your best friend and roommate Arjun Prasad
I
today?
think it's new. I think it's exciting. This is the first time we're playing a leader group together. So definitely we have the banter going on, but I think the banter is going to be on the low side and just an exciting round. I'm looking forward to a happy round with him. Yeah.
All the best. Okay, Arjun, competing against your best friend and roomie Yuvraj today. How are the thoughts going into this round?
I think it's going to be a fun round. I'm really excited and I'm really happy to be over here. And to do it with with such a close friend of mine is going to be amazing. So yeah.
All the best for the day.
Thank you.
Kshitij, we hardly see you, express yourself on the golf course. Will we see some emotions today from you?
We shall see.
Things just not going Manu's way today. Really off color. And of course, having dropped 4 shots so early in his round, he's put himself under huge pressure to even come out of this with a decent result. He's dropped into the 20s in the placings. Kshitij with his second shot on his par three, 180 plus yards. Went over the green. Now looking to play himself back. Be a very soft shot. I want to pop the ball up and kill any momentum as quickly as possible. Soft hands, beautifully done. So with the green sloping away from him, Swami, that's the best he could do. I mean, unless he really chopped it really short and then let it roll on towards the flag. It's probably the best he could have done under the circumstances. Played it with really soft hands and has given himself a what, 3.5, 4 foot putt of a par after this. Well played. Showed a lovely deft touch on that ball.
Apologies to our followers on the internet, our scoreboard. It's now been rectified. A few technical glitches there, but now it's fine. But the good news is that both Yuvraj and Kshitij had picked up a birdie each on the second, but Kshitij dropped a shot on the third. So our man Yuvraj Sandhu is leading by 2 over Kshitij.
And 3 from his very good friend, as we just heard. On
Arjun
that
Prasad,
little
yeah.
Arjun, they're very close buddies apparently. and he's now three up. Because Arjun has not made any gains. He's not dropped. He's not lost any ground, but he's not made up any ground either. He's par, par, par. Whereas Yuvraj has gone birdie, birdie, par, and Kshitij has gone birdie, birdie, bogey. So it's in fact better than status quo as far as the leader is concerned, because he was one ahead when they teed off on hole number one. He is now two up, and they're playing the fourth. Another conversion here, though it's a long
So it's a
opportunity,
pretty long putt on this par 3.
will really give him, a healthy cushion. But then, like we saw yesterday, Swami, it's just how quickly advantages can vanish on this. So he will know that the bigger the gap between him and the rest, the better it is for him. There are bound to be some amount of nerves on the final nine holes for sure. He will want to make sure that there is good amount of daylight between him and the pack over the final nine holes. Yuvraj and Kshitij are almost level in going for the par putts. Arjun still lining up his on the par three
I love
fourth hole.
those lemon colored pants, Amidst a lot of state colors, dark trousers, white
I
shirts.
think among this lot of players, Rahul Gangji is one who very regularly comes up with fairly colorful outfits.
Absolutely. This week he's not around though.
Sadly, didn't make the cut, so he's out of this one. He was out injured. I beg your pardon. Missed the event with an injury.
I have a feeling that he's trying to get fully fit for those two challenger events and the Indian Open. So Rahil is always a special one. Arjun picks a spa. Interestingly, both Yuvraj and Kshitij had a birdie each when they played the same hole yesterday as the fourth. Right, drops there. Move on.
It looks like his putter is back to its normal mode of operation after going a little cold in the evening yesterday. Call now two back of the leader, playing the fourth, the par three, fourth hole, 180 plus yards today. Safely done, and off they go.
That's the final group, but maybe they still need to speed up a little bit. Not that there's anyone following them. I was just doing a bit of maths there. They've been on the golf course for almost 75
Local hospitality, I guess.
Absolutely. You know Gujarat sweethearts.
Yeah, for sure.
Hi guys, I'm Varun Parekh. I'm a professional golfer on the PGTI.
Hi guys, I'm Karandeep Kocher and I'm also a professional golfer on the PGTI, and today we're going to try some local cuisine, which is obviously local to Varun cuisine.
Yeah, it is local to me. Absolutely.
So we're just going to dig in and see what the local food is all about.
These are a few things that we have as snacks. Okay, that's a very famous thing that you know about, which I've already made you try. Yeah. Actually, it's called khakra, right? And you like it, you really like it. Yes. This is gathia. It's another form of local snack. This is like a
dhokla
starter.
Okay.
Right? Dokla.
But dokla.
Dokla. It's called dokla. We all know it.
Okay.
It's yellow in color and it's really tasty.
Fair.
It's famous all over the world actually. Yeah. This is something which is very famous, bro, for breakfast. It's called fafda.
Fafda.
This is fafda.
It's quite good.
Good?
Yeah, I like it. Gujarat food doesn't disappoint, I must say. I think it's quite nice.
Really good.
Yeah. So Varun, what is the goal, the plan for the next couple of days? Trying to, what are you looking forward to? What are you trying to do this week?
Nothing. I think I've just got some personal goals to achieve. I don't have a goal in my mind where I want to finish at top 5 or a top 10 position or whatever. I just have a few personal goals I want to achieve mentally this week. So just that. How about you, Karan?
I think obviously like a little tough day to start the week.
Yeah. But we all know the player that you are. You're gonna.
Obviously, I think it's really important to have that belief in yourself, irrespective of how you do on a certain day. But But I think the game's been in decent shape. I think today also the game was good. The score obviously doesn't reflect that. So obviously just go out there, be aggressive, and try and make as many birdies as possible. Because I think that with the level of the tour that it is right now, pars are just not good enough, man. Like you just have to go out there. You have to be aggressive. You're trying to make birdies as much as you can, and hopefully post a good number tomorrow. And
it's a funny format, it's a 9-hole course. Like, I mean, 9-hole, first today is a 9-9 hole, so like you really can't go all out, and yet you can't be defensive
Too
as
defensive
well.
about
Yeah,
it,
you got to find a mix of both.
Yeah.
Nice format, actually.
Yeah. So I think, that's the plan for this week. And I think for now, we'll dig into the Glade 1 restaurant.
That's what we'll do.
I think we've got
The
so
food
much.
here is really good, so let's dig into that.
So I think kudos to the whole team, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
The PGTI as well, and Glade 1 for getting this week together.
Absolutely.
And,
Kudos to Glade 1 team.
Yeah, let's have a good week, man.
Yeah, let's kill it this week.
Vishesh Sharma on the 7th hole. The Nissan Magnite still awaiting an owner. Oh, that's a pretty good shot. A few more of these will get him back to feeling a little comfortable. If he can roll that putt in, will sort of help him regain the momentum. A fairly accessible flag here on the front left part of this green. Also a little backstop. So if a player chooses to, use that and find a way to the bottom of the cup, will make for a great highlight. I mean, a hole in one on its own is a shot that we will be showing you guys over and over again. But if it were to fall in using the backstop, will make it that much more interesting. I look at the leaderboard again. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu off to a hot start, something he's accustomed to. 11 under par. He's got a 2-shot lead over Kshitij Navid Kaul and his good buddy Arjun Prasad. Just to look at all these graphics, help you guys sitting at home understand how these golfers move and what makes their game so brilliant and effective. Another thing that all the viewers sitting back home will notice that no two golfers' golf swings look similar to each other. Everybody has their own ways of taking the club away from the ball, and they look different in their post contact finish. But whatever they do is obviously effective, which is why they're making a livelihood playing the sport. Rashid just missing this green to the left, choosing to go with a putter. The little fringe that he has to navigate through isn't going to be much of a hindrance on this putt. Fairly flat putt, a little uphill towards the last 6 or 7 feet. So gives him the freedom to give this ball a little bit of a wrap. The putter, again, one of the clubs that has helped him achieve all the success that he has in this game. Let's see if he can make this putt and get into a joint for second place at 9 under par, 2 shots behind our leader. As you can see, keeps it very simple. Doesn't take too long over the ball. That's a really good part, and that could be in the hole. Agonizingly close. Agonizingly close, as you can tell from his reaction. Really good putt. Had it on a good line. Just ran out of speed in the last maybe 2 or 3 rolls. I'm pretty sure he thought that's in the hole. Well, it gives you an indication that he is putting really well, so can expect him to make a few more coming in. Let's have another look at that. Really, really good putt. At this point, look at his caddy. Even he's urging the ball in. Just ended up short of the front lip. One of those putts that you're not really too disappointed if you don't make it, but when the ball ends up so hole, you're left thinking, what if it just had one roll more. Abhinav coming from the other side of this pin position. You can tell it's an elevated green because looking at where he's standing, he's actually walked back down the slope. So an elevated green always is a little more challenging to get a ball close to the flag because the ball typically bounces and releases a little bit on your approach shot. Going up the hill, that's got a little bit of speed, and that falls center cup. Great putt, Babinav Lohan. A good 2 on this on this par 3 7th hole. That's a great feeling. If you can hold a putt from that length, about 35-40 feet, I mean, that is a bonus. So I'm sure when he saw where his ball ended up off the tee, he would have not given himself the best chance to make that putt, but lo behold, walks off the 7th hole with a 2. We saw a really good tee shot from Vishesh a little while ago. Let's see if he can match Abhinav with a birdie on the 7th. Yes, well done, sir. A little fist bump. That should calm his nerves down a little bit. And, he'll have to just reset the mind standing on the 8th tee. Always good to get a shot back on a day where things seemed like they were slipping away. So hopefully he can birdie a few more in the next few holes and try and get back to level par for the day, and then see what he can do with the remaining holes. We move back to our leader group. Arjun Prasad. Well, he's got a wedge in hand, so I'm assuming he's a little short of the green and will be playing a chip up to this flag. Oh no, he's already played his shot, so there comes out the putter. He's walking uphill towards this whole location, so though it can get a little slippery once the ball crosses the hole. So speed control is of very high importance on this long birdie attempt for Arjun. A lot of players using their feet to get a sense of the different slopes on the greens. They spend a lot of time practicing these methods even at their home golf courses. You're start getting a good sense of what the slopes are. Anything that these players attempt to do on the golf course in a professional tournament has been practiced day in and day out when they're back home. And that's what keeps keeps the scorecards clean for them during a tournament. Very rarely will you see a golfer choosing to hit a shot which he hasn't really practiced, in his off time when he's back home and practicing. Let's see if Arjun can gain a shot here and come to within one of the lead. Oh, good attempt. Again, just slips a little past the hole. Got about 5 feet coming back for par. But just goes to show the positive intent on that part. He's not holding back. He knows with a leader like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, if he has got to catch him, he's going to have to make a few miracle putts and hit a few miracle shots from the tee or from the fairways. Yuvraj is not going to give it to you easy. He's not going to play safe either, Yuvraj. So he's going to try and make as many birdies as he can. That's his style of playing. He's not somebody who just would like to protect a 2-shot lead, especially on a golf course like this where it's very, very easy to slip away, slip down the board in just a couple of holes. So the story can change very quickly in a 20-minute span. Live feed from hole number 7. Nissan Magnite waiting to be driven home by one of these players. We're running out of options here. Just last few groups playing the 7th hole on the final day. So about 6 or 7 players still in the reckoning to try and win home this fabulous car. A good tee shot there by Saptak. Looked like it was Saptak teeing off. Left it under the hole. Manu Gandas now ready to hit his tee shot on hole number 7. And on hole 6, we have Kshitij lining up his birdie attempt. It's taken him some time to figure out this putt. It's been his turn to hit for a little while now. So obviously there's something that is that's not made it easy for him to read that line. Must have been a little confused, but that putt looks really good. Just burns the left edge of the hole. So good on him for taking as long as he did to read that putt, because he's really hit a wonderful putt from a decently long range. A 2-putt from that length never hurt anybody, but he would have wished for that ball to just have been not even a few centimeters, a few millimeters to the right, and that would have found the bottom of the cup. Another look at that fabulous attempt. I just love the way how stable his arms and the putter head look through his putting stroke. Something for a lot of amateurs to pick from. Arjun with his return putt for par. These are just putts that you want to give your 100% attention to. Well done. Bottom of the cup. He walks away with a good 2-putt from a long range. Such putts are so important on the final day of a tournament. I mean, they're important throughout the tournament, but more so on a final day. When you're playing in the leader group, when you're playing against a opponent who is not going to give you any leads at all. So every shot difference that Yuvraj has against the rest of the field.
That's Manu Gandas along with Saptak and Rohan Dol Patil. Well, been watching this action. Yuvraj, after his birdie, he's been a bit on the quiet with 3 pars in a row on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But he has been helped by Kshitij dropping shots on the 3rd and the 5th. So suddenly, Yuvraj has again got a big lead, a 3-shot lead. But after 5 holes on the final day, Arjun Prasad, the 3rd player in the lead group, has got all 5 pars.
Dhole Patil striking that firmly and right in line, on line, and ball vanishes into the hole. So he picks up 6 under. Manu Gandas, after that horror start, fighting, trying to fight his way back into contention. Bogey,
Wasn't
double
that the
bogey.
Magnite hole, the Nissan hole? Was it?
That was just before this one. Yeah, I mean, Yuvraj has now got clear daylight between himself and the pack because Kshitij now with call having made 2 early gains has given both back 2 birdies and 2 bogeys, so he's back to 9 under alongside Arjun Prasad, who's really not made a move. He's come very close. He's almost had 2 birdie putts drop, but they haven't fallen in yet. So they're static at 9. Whereas Yuvraj has picked up 2 shots, so he's 12 under for the day, starting off at 10 under. Defending champion Avinav Lohan quietly making his way up the leaderboard had an extremely long putt for birdie a little while ago, superbly converted from that distance and that range. And Manu's difficulties continue on the green. He's just not able to buy a par today. And you can see there's a little bit of a lag in his shoulders now. He knows he's running out of time, and 7th hole completed. And he would have expected himself to be in a very different space from this one. Now we see a second look at Rohan Dhole Patil's putt.
That was a nice one.
Perfectly
But of
judged.
course,
Manu's much shorter effort, just not there for whatever reason. So yeah, between Abhinav Lohan and Rashid Khan, they've been quietly making their way up the leaderboard. Both have completed 7 holes and on their 8th hole with 2 birdies against no blemishes on their card so far. Saptak Talwar hasn't dropped a shot either. He has picked up 1 shot on the day. So Abhinav and Rashid alongside Saptak are tied for 4th on 8 under par. Kaul and Prasad tied for 2nd, 9 under par, and out in front on his own, making the running, so to say, setting the pace the way I'm sure he likes to do. Yuvraj Sandhu. 2 shots to the good today, starting from 10 under par He is now 12 under for the tournament and a clear 3 shots ahead of the field with final 12 holes, 13 holes for his group to go.
And there, here it is. Chika on feed one, Chika's group. He's playing with Tapi Ghai, that's on the screen, and Colin Joshi, the third player, not on the screen right now. Tapi Ghai is 1 under for the day. Chika even par. And Colin is not having a great day. Began with a double and added 2 more bogeys on the third and fourth. So that's been rough going for him.
And on feed 2, just a few minutes ago, Rashid Khan making a longish putt. And it's one of his playing partners, young Sharma from Hyderabad, looking to finish out this hole. So there's been no real challenge to Yuvraj's Sandhu's presence at the top of the leaderboard. There was an early flourish from Kshitij with gold, but that has kind of died down with 2 dropped shots. And he is back to where he was at the start on 9 under par alongside his playing partner Arjun Prasad. Yuvraj making all the running for the moment.
Actually, there really has been no score better than 3 under so far. And that came from Dharma, who's already finished. Dharma finished at 3 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Samath Dwivedi had 2 under. Actually, I get the feeling that the pin positions on the front line are far more difficult today than they were yesterday, when Yuvraj Sandhu seemed to pick up a lot of birdies. But Yuvraj has been smart. He's not taken any big risks.
So at the same time, Swami has not played conservative golf either. And I mean,
He has not.
he's been on the attack. He's been looking for chances to
Yes, he
to
has
make the
tried to
most.
create chances for himself, and I think he has succeeded there. He's made these chances, and suddenly, and I have a feeling that he knows he's 3 shots ahead. Now Kshitij has to try and take a few chances and make birdies. And when you take risks, you could actually end up dropping shots, and that's
On your screen, Abhinav Lohan, defending champion of this event.
this is a putt that he really would have hoped to have.
He knew he was off the moment he the putter made contact with the ball. He stood up, and the signal was clear that he had not hit the shot. He had not hit the putt that he wanted to putt. Now just shadow practicing that miss. These are the options. These are the opportunities that will need to be taken if the leaders, if they want to put pressure on the leader, because he's out in front all on his own, not really faced a challenge yet. So it's entirely up to those behind him who the onus, the initiative has to come from them. At the same time, neither is Yuvraj Sandhu taking it easy. He's not really gone the conservative route. He's continued to play as aggressively as possible, given the course and its conditions. Promises to be a warm afternoon by the looks of it. The wind has absolutely not made an appearance at all. It briefly blew up for a while. You could see the flags on the poles whipping around, but since then you can see all the trees in the background pretty static, not much of movement. They promises to be a bit of a hot and still afternoon, which the players will probably not have a problem about. Because the moment the breeze starts to blow, it starts to make things a little more difficult for them. Adds another variable into their that they need to factor into their shots and the distances. So yeah, they will take this very happily and want it to last as long as possible. Another excellent exhibition of just what we've been talking about from Yuvraj Sandhu. Got an easy putt. Looked like it was going downhill part of the way, breaking right to left, and he still did enough in terms of both assessing the line and speed to get the ball into the hole. So his putter seems to have returned to some sort of normalcy, because after that, yesterday afternoon he went off the boil just a little bit, and Arjun Prasad continues to, I think, rue his luck, because this is probably the fourth out of the six holes that they've played that he's ended up right an inch or less from the pin, from the flag, from the hole. But that's a good sign. At least he's on track. He's close to where he needs to be. Maybe once the putts start to fall, then well, there's a good chance of his challenge coming back to life or being sparked to life. Paul back to 900 after those two drop shots. Started the day with consecutive birdies on holes 1 and 2. Hole number 1, very rare, because in the morning flight we saw a very unusual number of bogeys, doubles, and triples. That will make him feel a lot better. It's a quiet little fist pump after two drop shots. Every putt feels like there's an extra weight on your putter when you make the stroke. So he will be delighted with having got that off his back for now. It's an action replay of that wonderful read from Yuvraj, sending that ball right to left, just enough, pace perfect. And from the other side, Arjun agonizingly wide. And the third member of the lead group, Shit, is finding the mark as well.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। थकान
This is the hole-in-one prize. This is the hole with the prize there of Nissan. And this is the last group which will have a shot at it. Now, Arjun is finished with it. So, he does land on the dance floor, just like Yuvraj before him.
The last chance at this event for this car. Call has that honor. And after this, the next time the players come to this hole, it will no longer be in clay, because
absolutely
the hole-in-one prize is only for the 7th hole. And next time around, it will not be.
Kshitij did well to pick up a shot on the 6th. But at the same time, Yuvraj had a nice birdie, a third birdie of the day. Interestingly, both Yuvraj and Kshitij have birdied the same holes, 1, 2, and 6. However, Kshitij has dropped shots on 3 and 5. Clearly, he doesn't like pars. Out of the first 6 holes, he's parred only once.
Behind them, Swami, Rashid has finally caught up.
Yes,
And
Rashid
he has
is.
joined Arjun on third place with his third bogey of the front nine. My beg your pardon, his first third birdie of the front nine. So, like we've been saying, making steady progress. Leaderboard making a long putt, 30 plus feet up the hill, just nailing that one. I think we're back live and lots of movement on the green. Uh, Caddies with flags, and caddies with players, caddies without players. Lots of activity and movement. As the rupees 1 crore Glade 1 presents, Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 heads towards its conclusion. Yuvraj Sandhu unchallenged at the top of the order. Now 3 shots clear of second place. Kshitij Navid called, both of them having birdied the sixth, the par 4 sixth, and now sitting on the Magnite hole, which is now can be packed up because there's no one left to claim it. The final group of the day has teed off on that and no claimant.
Goes back to the garage and maybe comes back the next year. Nice.
Yuvraj yet again making a very sound, solid putt, center of the cup each time, and he's showing that his put the whatever badgered his putter yesterday afternoon seems to be firmly behind him, and he's back to being the dominant putter we saw in the morning yesterday.
Absolutely. It was the front line that gave him a lot of gains yesterday, and again, he's showing that today. On the front line, he just needs to keep the tempo going and not allow the door to open. If he just keeps the door open even a little bit, I sometimes get the feeling that guys like Kshitij, of course, is 3 behind now. Rashid is 4 behind, and Arjun is also 4 behind. There is an old saying, of course, in golf, it always says if you can't make birdies, make sure you don't give away bogeys. Just stick to those pars. I mean, it's always very, very difficult to make 18 pars or even half that number. Stick to that, get the birdies. If you keep making pars, there will be a couple of birdies on the way.
Well, Arjun Prasad is certainly praying that
Oh,
you are right,
yes.
Swami. That mantra should work for him because he's been doing exactly what you said. He's been going par.
Am I?
But around him or ahead of him, Yuvraj is broken away and Rashid has caught up. So it's time he sort of put a, put a few birdies
Am I
on his
hallucinating,
card.
Rahul, or is Kshitij walking a little faster now?
I think he's working a little faster now. Maybe Chari, the TD is on the job, trying to make sure that they don't play too long into the afternoon. Like yesterday, by the time he finished,
Yes,
if you
there is
remember,
always the danger that,
there were
if it
very
extends
long
and goes
shadows.
into a playoff, but right now Yuvraj doesn't know even that word, playoff, he's 3 ahead, is that you need to be careful. They should all be soon or rather coming back to the second 9 very soon.
Lovely putt there.
Ah.
Just shaving the hole.
But I must say one thing about this golf course is that they made the greens 11.5, which is very good. Simply because let the boys learn, let the guys learn to play at fast greens because that's what they get internationally. And I think the PGTI has done well to encourage the golf course and the TD tournament director, Sampachari, who has enough experience globally, to make these greens fast because that's what these boys need.
Also, a word of appreciation, I think, Swami, for our occasional co-commentator, Aditya,
Yes.
who is the general manager of this course. Uh, he and his staff have done a great job. I mean, I don't think there's anything wanting in terms of
See,
conditions.
we've got two Adityas. Both of them are totally involved in golf. Aditya Chauhan, who's the general manager at Glade 1,
Right.
he's done commentating also.
That's the person I was talking about.
Yes. And Aditya Bhandarkar, of course, also a great, nice coach, good player.
Rashid just missing out on that one. Yeah, I was talking about Aditya Rajkumar, who's an occasional co-commentator with us.
Yes, he has. I've shared the mic with him.
He's in charge of this place. A new appointment, I think, earlier, end of last year is when he took over from yet another ex-golfer, Thind, who used to be the general manager here. So, yeah, it's in good hands, the course. It's looking great and it's played very true.
We've just had the scoreboard update. So that putt which Yuvraj sank just a little while ago was also a birdie on the Magnite hole, the Nissan, where there was a Nissan. So he picked a birdie. So that brings him to 4 under for the day through 7 holes and 14 under. There is the confirmation. Yuvraj Sandhu 14 under through 7 holes, 11 left. Kshitij Navid Kaul was gave away 2 bogeys in between. He's in second place. Rashid is lying in third place alongside Arjun Prasad. One great thing that is going to go for Yuvraj Sandhu is 2 early wins means that's a handy lead for him on the order of merit.
That's right.
And with 3 big tournaments coming up, like the 2 challenges and the 2 challenge events on the Hotel Planner Tour, and then the Indian Open, it will be a good shot for Yuvraj Sandhu to have at the DP World Tour card, which is available for the winner of the Order of Merit at the end of the season. A massive, of course. The checks matter a lot for the players, but at the same time, an opportunity to play on one of the biggest tours in the world would also be absolutely fabulous.
Great shot there. Wow. Superb control, distance, and the spin for landing and cutting back towards the hole. launched from good about 120, 130 yards out. Lovely display with the wedge. Now from the other side of the fairway, also attacking the pin. Manus is right in the middle of the fairway. Saptak and Dhole Patel on either side, one on the right flank, one on the left flank. Interestingly, swimming in the top five, that is six players, Kshitij is the only one who has actually dropped a shot. All the others, Yuvraj Sandhu, clean card, Rashid Khan, no bogeys, Arjun Prasad, no bogeys, Gaurav Pratap Singh, no bogeys, and Saptak Talwar, clean card again. And in that group, Arjun Prasad is the only one who is yet to put a birdie against his name. So good scoring being maintained, but no one's really put the leader Yuvraj Sandhu under any sort of pressure. He's in fact he's opened the gap up even for and that just stuck on the green. Well wide of the flag. There. Now Manu with his approach. Having a forgettable day so far. Dropped shots early, putts have not fallen. But he's doing his best to hang in there. Puts the ball up high. Ball checks and cuts back towards the pin. A great shot. So 2 out of 3 really, really good shots. We've seen the ball dance around the pin. And from the right side of the fairway, let's just say it could have been better. This is the ninth. This group will return to the start point, which will now be the 10th tee once you're done with this green. Situation as it stands at the 1 crore rupee Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 is Yuvraj Sandhu continues in the lead, untroubled. 4 shots to the good in his opening 7 holes. He's picked up shots on holes number 1, 2, 6, and 7, and is now 14 under for the tournament.
Rohan and Saptak walking up around the to get around the ninth hole green. All three happily on the green, safely on the green. Saptak and Manu with fairly makeable putts. Rohan's left himself about a 18 footer. Saptak said it really close, great. We just saw a little while ago, beautiful second shot from the fairway. Back to the eighth, and that's Kshitij heading his approach into this eighth hole green, the par 4. You really can't tell much looking at his body language. Whether it's been a good shot or a bad shot, it's always the same. Very hard to tell until we see where the ball ended up. Our tournament leader, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, marching, striding towards that eighth hole green. Rohan getting ready to make his birdie putt on the ninth hole. Made a really long one on 7 for a birdie. Taking his time. He will only pull the trigger when he feels he's ready. Not one to ever get rushed into executing a shot. Yes. Taking his time, rolling it in beautifully. Another birdie to his name. A spring and a step evident. He's quietly marching up that leaderboard. He's now at 8 under par, but still 6 shots behind our tournament leader. But you never know with the back nine coming up with a few tricky holes. I can only assume that a few of the flags on the second nine will be even trickier. So won't take much for a few slip ups to happen on this back nine. Let's see if Manu Gandas can now convert his birdie, take inspiration from Rohan's long range putt, and convert his own birdie as well. If there's one player out on the golf course playing in the leader groups who needs to make a few birdies and try and claw his way back up the leaderboard, I think his title charge is it's safe to say that he is out of the reckoning to win this tournament. But I'm sure he'd love a top 10, which is not out of reach just yet. If he can hold a few of these, he'll be right back in it. But another birdie attempt goes begging. One of those days for Manu. I should say one of those rare days for a golfer like Manu Gandas. I'm sure he's going to look at these last 2 days, day 3 and day 4 of the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open, as an aberration in his golf career. It's very rare for him to slip downwards uh, when in contention at a tournament. Saptak trying to make his three. Made a fabulous second shot into this green. Should cap it off with a birdie. Nice and still on that putt, and yes, he too makes a birdie on the ninth. So 2 birdies in the second last leader group on the ninth hole, on the iconic ninth hole. Not a very long hole, but got trouble on every shot leading up to the hole. The tee shots got trouble on the left, out of bounds on the right. The second shots got water all around the green. So a hole that's fraught with danger until you get the ball to the bottom of the hole. So 2 birdies in a group of 3 players is well done. Another look at the birdie that Rohan Dhole Patil made on the ninth. Perfect roll, perfect speed, adds up to the ball being found at the bottom of the cup. Big curler for Manu, which he didn't read successfully, and a delicate downhill putt for Saptak to make his three on the ninth hole. So that group, 2 out of the 3 players in that group, will be walking off to the 10th hole with a spring in their step. And we move ahead to the group of Rashid Khan, Vishesh Sharma, and Abhinav Lohan. All three look fairly relaxed in their body language, so I would assume that all three are in the fairway or thereabouts. Should have a good view and a good angle into this green. On the same hole, these players were playing to a flag which is all the way at the back, the first hole. This time around, though, I think it's more in the front part of the green. Vishesh has got a side slope to deal with. Typically, a slope lie where the ball's under your feet. Very easy to shoot the ball off to the right, and there's trouble on the right on this 10th hole with with a penalty area on the right side of the green, and also two bunkers guarding the right part of the green. So he's going to have to play that second shot wisely. Just find a way to put it somewhere around the center of the green. Make a two putt. It's a long hole. Remember. So you want to rule out a big number. A par is a good score any day of the week. Playing a hole of this length with trouble around the greens. So we are still playing preferred lie. We played preferred lie through the entire week. The one trivia about preferred lie is that if a golfer shoots a course record on any golf course that's playing preferred lie, unfortunately that course record does not hold, because a course record is only counted when a tournament is being played with the ball with no preferred lie rule in place. So even if a player shoots a round of 10 under par, unfortunately in these with the preferred lie rule on, their course record will not count. The score of course will count in the tournament, but it will not go down in the record books as a course record. Mohammad Azhar left to clean up his par, I'm guessing. 5-footer with a little left-right break up the hill. When you're playing the back nine on the final day, these 5-footers often seem much longer than they are. Well done. Makes a hassle-free putt for par and marches on to the 11th tee. You can count on these players just taking a little extra time on each of their shots now, because this is well and truly the business end of the tournament. And this player would know that more than anybody else. A defending champion, a come from behind victory for Abhinav last year. And he's right up there in the reckoning, though quite a few shots behind. Though funny enough, he was in a similar situation last year with Maniram at one point looking like he was running away with the tournament, and had a very unfortunate 17th hole. A lot of drama that Maniram would want to forget, and drama that Abhinav Lohan would remember fondly. A one-handed finish, possibly leak that second shot, approach shot to the right. Let's hope it's not in the penalty area, and at worst it's in the bunker. He's got a really solid shot game, so the bunker will not trouble him too much. Rashid Khan was made a charge today. He's within 5 of the lead with 9 holes to go. He started the back nine well with a tee shot splitting the fairway. Let's hope he can hit this next shot really close, and I really hope we get a few quick birdies coming in from the penultimate group and the third last group. That would add to a lot of excitement. Great shot, just a little left and a little above the hole. You can tell just looking at the screen that it's going to be a screen that it's going to be a downhill putt. But you can count on Rashid now, literally throwing the kitchen sink at this effort. And he's somebody who won't really care whether he finishes top top three, top five, top 10. He's going to try and go for it as hard as he can. And if that means that he has a disastrous hole at some point, he'll accept it because all he wants to try and do is try and win this tournament from here. So it's going to make for a lot of exciting golf to watch Rashid Khan go about this back nine. He'd either want to win or any other position will not satisfy him. That's just how he has played all his golf his entire life, right from when he was a junior golfer. Back on the tee, our penultimate group of Rondale Patil, Saptak, and Manu Gandas. Or one to a aggressive brand of golfer. Perfect tee shot, splitting the fairway on the 10th. Always good to start your second half with a satisfactory tee shot. I mean, all things considered, there are some nerves when you're starting out the back nine on the final day, especially when you're in contention at a tournament. Saptak 2 going with the long stick. It really smashed a big drive on the first hole in the morning. The same tee box, the same fairway. Let's see if he can repeat his morning tee shot. Really nice golf swing, very powerful, great sequencing, high tee shot, and yes, he has managed to replicate his morning effort. Man, for Rohan and Saptak, this fairway looks too wide. They've absolutely bisected the first hole fairway and the 10th hole fairway. Manu Gandas, let's hope he can take a partial revenge on this first and 10th hole. Really bothered him in both his attempts yesterday and the first attempt that he had earlier this afternoon. Looks like it's leaking a little bit to the right. Yes, it's back in that bunker. It's funny how for all these really good players, there are a few holes on every golf course that don't suit their eye. And often happens that through the entire tournament, it's those one or two holes that really bother them. And in this case, Manu Gandas hasn't really been able to figure out the first hole, at least not for the last 2 days. Let's hope he can make his par though today and get a decent approach into the green. Beautiful chip there by Vishesh, just burning the right edge of the hole. Very good hands around the green. Would have loved for that to have trickled into the hole. I won't be surprised if he just knocks that ball in with his wedge. But no, the rookie is a little wiser than that, and he's going to mark and wait his turn. Well, maybe not wait his turn, but at least wait for the putter to be in his hand. A good up and down. Such chip and putts really make you breathe normally. Once you've missed the green after your approach shot, there is a little bit of anxiety that you walk with towards the ball, and you can definitely breathe a sigh of relief once you make a chip putt. No matter how difficult or easy the chip putt may be, there's a lot of value to why players want to hit greens in regulation. So even a chip which is from the front edge to a flag which is not too far deep into the green, it's still a little more complicated than just trying to two putt. Abhinav, who, as we saw some time ago, just missed his approach shot a little bit to the left of the hole. Shouldn't really be calling it a miss because he's on the green and he's putting for birdie, but ended up just a little left of the hole. I've spent a lot of time with Abhinav, and I've always got a feeling that he's one player who really underrates his own putting ability. No, that was a misread. Sharp bend to the left midway through that putt. So he's left himself a 3-footer to save his par. On greens which are rolling at about 11.5 as they have been through the entire week, it's very common to have a 2 or 3 footer coming back, which on most other greens where the players are used to playing, where the green speeds go up to no more than about 10, maybe 10.5 at best, a good yard shorter than what it is today. You very rarely see them hit a putt that goes 3 or 4 feet by. It's typically about 6 or 8 inches past the hole. But also a 3-footer here requires you to barely set the ball rolling and you end up making the putt. Shout out to the management here, the greenkeeping staff, because not only are these greens fast, but they seem extremely true. So if you read the line correctly, more often than not, you will find the ball in the bottom of the cup. Good attempt there by Arjun, just lipping out from the right part of the hole. One of those players who likes to leave the flagstick inside. 2-putt par. So he continues to keep making pars. Just should make sure he doesn't get frustrated with this because it's not like he's playing any hole badly. It's just that he hasn't found a way to make birdie yet. So just keep doing what he's doing, and it's a matter of just a putt here and there falling in, and that could get him going. So in the morning, we saw the flag, the first hole pin position being all the way at the back end of this green. This, I would imagine, is a little easier to access. But given that the green's a little firm, these golfers would want to try and throw the ball as far high up in the air as possible to make it land softly and stop as soon as it pitches on the green. Looks like he's going in with a 9 or an 8 iron, so he should be able to produce some spin on the ball, a decent amount of height, and get the ball to stop rather quickly. Also a little uphill, so that'll also send the ball a little higher. Likes to take his time on every shot. Looks like he's tucked it a little bit to the left with that body language. Can't see the ball on the screen. That body language tells me that he may have just tucked it a little bit to the left. And if that is so, he's left himself a tricky chip coming down the hill. Short-sighted himself in many ways. Let's hope it's caught a portion of the green and stayed on the green. Manu from the right side bunker. May not a terrible angle coming into this flag. There is a bit of a backstop left of this flag for him to work with. So a little bit of security and insurance on from this angle, but it's tough to tell how close he is to the lip. That may play a factor. But will not be having much more than a 9 iron into this green, so should be able to get it out of that bunker pretty easily. You can his caddy helping him with the line there, because once you're inside that bunker, you have no view of the green or the flagstick. So relying on his partner, his caddy. Most of the professional golfers on the PGTI today travel with their caddies, and they've all just gotten so professional, including the caddies. Being out on tour, not an easy life. Being out on tour, away from families, and being being the supporting actor in the main movie. It's lovely to see how engrossed they get and how hard they push themselves and the player to do well every week. Seems to have made good contact. Oh, that's a fabulous shot. Using that slope on the left to have the ball trickle a little bit towards the hole, but I think he just had too much spin on that shot coming from the fairway bunker, so which is why the ball didn't release and catch that slope. But a great effort all in all. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And more importantly, he's got his first birdie attempt on this green after a day and a half. Let's hope he makes that and earns some revenge back on this hole. Saptak, meanwhile, the longest of the tee, so the last one to hit his approach into the 10th hole. Throws it high up in the air. Ooh. That is disappointing. That is very disappointing. After that fabulous tee shot, having a really short club into this green, may have underclubbed it, may have just got a gust, but just pitches in the front part of the green and spins back off. So he too has a tough chip to contend with. Short-sided himself, so it's going to be difficult for him to get the ball to stop really close to the hole. Maybe about 6-7 feet around the hole from there would be a really good result. Yep, Rohan has missed his ball a little to the left, as we could see with his body language after he hit that second shot. Back on the tee, our leader group and our leader with driver in hand. He's flying up at 15 under par. Pretty comfortable, but he knows better than anybody else that he cannot take his foot off the pedal, because the PGTI today is full of highly talented golfers, fearless golfers. So if you start giving them an inch, it won't take too long for someone to claw up the leaderboard and snatch the lead away from you. A good tee shot, a long drive here, just in the first cut on the left. Won't be a problem, won't be an issue. With a 5-shot lead, that's highly acceptable. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 15 under par, 5 under for the day today, 5 under through 9 holes. Man, this guy is playing on a different golf course. Kshitij Namit Kaul in the leader group with him at 1 under par for the day, 10 under for the tournament. Rashid making a small charge, 3 under through 10. Saptak at 2 under through 9. At 9 under par, Arjun Prasad 9 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh's having a good day out. He's at 8 under par for the tournament, 3 under for the day. No real big charge from the trailing pack, unfortunately. But you never know. Just 9 holes of the tournament to go. So there's got to be a voice in their head saying 9 good holes, and you never know which way this tournament's going to go. Arjun Prasad getting set for his tee shot. Oh, something disturbing him, so I had to back off, reset, and get ready again. I see a ball on the right side of our screen. I'm not so sure if that is where Rohan's second shot ended up, or has he already played a chip up to there. So we'll have to wait and watch if that's going to be his par attempt. Saptak, though missed the green, was still in the fairway, so he gets to lift clean and place his ball. The one club, the putting the ball about one club around around the original location of the ball can really come in handy on chips like this, where you could just change the angle that you're coming in from. So let's see if he's taken any advantage there and can execute a soft high chip. Oh, that looks really nice. Just if it can take that slope, it's gonna roll back maybe just a couple of rolls, but yeah, not the best effort. Would have loved for that ball to get past the hole and leave himself an uphill putt coming back, but I think he's left himself a little downhiller, 8 feet, 8 foot downhill putt for his par. The two mates walking under the same umbrella. That's good to see. Their friendship isn't lost, even though they're going hard at each other. Arjun Prasad with 9 straight pars on the front nine. And as we know, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu 5 under par through 9. Nine straight pars on most days when you're playing in the leader group is quite commendable, and it is commendable today as well. But not when you're chasing a player who's just running away with the tournament. It's almost as if Yuvraj has got a personal goal and he's got his blinders on and just running after that, chasing after that personal goal of his. Because he is playing fearless golf. He isn't playing like somebody who's trying to protect a lead. You don't get to 5 under par in 9 holes on the final day if you're trying to protect your lead. So great to watch how fearless these golfers are. Makes for great entertainment for all of us sitting back and watching. Rohan, I can only assume, is putting for par. It's going to catch that slope and keep trickling down. That is a very well read putt. Very well read putt. Left himself only a rolled shot. Very well read putt. I mean, it's so easy to have run that by past the hole and compounded his errors. I think he should be happy with that two putt. Arjun missing it to the left corner of this first hole. Also going to have to deal with a side slope, ball below his feet. Let's hope the lie is decent so he can get a good contact on the ball. Manu Gandas had his first look at a birdie on this first and 10th hole. I think he must have set himself a 9-hole goal also to just get back to a decent score by the end of the day. He's at 2 under par for the tournament so far. Would love to try and finish at about 5 under par. We'll make the blow a little bit softer when he looks at the leaderboard at the end of the day. A good aggressive putt catches the lip. The story of the day for our past champion. Just had so many good putts which on any other day would have he would have made about 4 or 5 of these today. But just a day where he's been close but yet very far. Kshitij doing his calculations with his caddy. His caddy, Vicky, who was on the bag of Shubhankar Sharma for many years, right through his amateur days and his formative years in professional golf. So he's got an experienced hand on the bag, and he has made full use of that experience. Has Kshitij? They've won a few tournaments together. Saptak with his par attempt on the 10th. Well done. He walks off the 10th hole green unscathed, in spite of missing the green on his second shot. So a stroke saved there for sure. A good save by Saptak on the 10th. Arjun Prasad with ball below his feet. May want to just aim a little bit to the left of this flag and throw it up in the air. A little concern written all over his face. May have just missed just a little bit to the right. Yeah, disappointment looking back at the divot, and not a surprise we don't see a ball on the green. So I think he's just leaked that one out a little bit to the right. Tournament leader Yuvraj Singh Sandhu getting ready to hit his approach. Made a fantastic birdie in the morning to a backpin hole location. Let's see what he can do to this front flag. Really nice, powerful golf swing he has, Yuvraj Singh. Not just his scores, his golf swing too is just extremely dynamic. Some beautiful moving parts in there. We'll have to wait and watch where that ended up, but his reaction tells me that he should be on the green. Didn't look concerned after that shot. Whether it's close to the flag or not, we will have to wait and watch. Oh, there you can see on the left of your screen was Yuvraj's ball flag high, so another birdie attempt for our tournament leader. Kshitij now ready to go with his approach. A big, huge divot. Just to the left, the green. Fortunately, stays there. With that, I'm Aditya Bhandarkar. I'm going to sign off for some time, and let's head back to our com box with V. Krishnaswamy and Rahul Banerjee taking over for the next segment.
So there comes.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role. Inserted in the concrete deck, and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel.
Sandhu, Arjun Prasad, Kshitij Kaul, the lead group. The front line has been dominated by Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj, who went back lead after the third round at 10 under, is on the green with his tee shot, no, the second shot, or his approach shot on the first. He'd earlier birdied it the first time around when he played the first nine, and now he has a chance to do that again. 5 birdies so far in a bogey-free first nine. It was a 4 under bogey-free yesterday, a day earlier, and today he's gone one better. Absolutely brilliant performance.
Yeah, he's completely dominated the day. Swami. He's not given anybody a chance, not let himself down at any point, and he's in line to pick up one more shot. It's ball pin high from his approach shot to the left of the fairway. Arjun now, I think, with his third. Leaves it for a makeable par, but his pars are not going to be good enough because now with 9 holes complete and Yuvraj 5 ahead of the field.
I think Yuvraj doesn't have to do much. He just needs to just keep the momentum on.
I think that's exactly what he probably will not do because I think for a while he tried to do that yesterday and he let the momentum slip. So he's definitely not going to go down that route again.
Yesterday, also in the third round, Rahul, if I recall, he had those 4 amazing birdies in the first 6 or 7 holes, and then his putter ran cold, and then he dropped only 1 shot in the remaining 12 holes. But he also had only just 1 birdie because, in sheer contrast to what he played in the first 6, I think it seemed like as he was faltering. But it was just that he was steady, didn't drop any shots. And here today, Arjun Prasad has parred the entire first 9 and seems to be in line to do that again on the 10th.
Also, what's making the difference, I mean, the picture that we are seeing today is the difference from behind, what is happening behind Sandhu. Sandhu was playing his game. He, like you said, he really didn't do anything much wrong. He swapped birdie for bogey on the back nine. But what was happening in the other group, ahead of him rather, was what changed the picture so dramatically yesterday. Both Kshitij, now it's called, and Arjun Prasad going 7 under on the day. Neither of them has come anywhere close to that, or repeating that, or even coming halfway close to that point today.
Correct.
So as a result, Yuvraj is pretty much playing the way he was yesterday. It's what's happening behind him or alongside him that is what has created this feeling of comfort, because at no point has a challenge materialized. It looked like it would come from call because of those 2 early shots that he picked up on the first and second holes. But then again, those 2 bogeys almost immediately afterwards kind of checked his momentum. He has got 1 back, but then by which time Yuvraj himself had got another 2 birdies. And the gap now with 9 holes to go, I mean, effectively 8 after this one, is 5. It could even be 6 if Yuvraj converts. No, I think missed his
That's
birdie.
right. It just went past. But still,
8
10
holes.
Yeah.
8 holes and 5 up. It's
Well, he has to do something dramatically wrong.
Exactly.
He just has to come back to them rather than these guys doing it. He's just taken it away, to be honest. I mean, birdies on first and second, sixth and seventh, and ninth. So 5 birdies and 9 holes, or 10 holes now. I think it's fantastic. It's been a fabulous show of front running. I mean, he's been there right at the, kind of forefront, after each of those 3 days. And finally, 2 wins in 2 starts gives him, the best possible start to the season. and his quest for the Order of Merit. He couldn't have done anything better, could he?
No, and it's essentially out of the hands of the others. It is now. It's only up to Sandhu to make or break this event for himself.
Yeah.
Nobody else that who's in chase can actually really hope to catch up, because picking up 5 shots in 8 holes, that is the closest to him. That is call. We'll have to do something extraordinary to even match, equal Yuvraj's score at this point in time.
And
And
unfortunately, Arjun seems to have dropped a shot there. He missed that short putt.
It's the first one, I think, of the day. His first bogey. At some point it was going to get to him. Either that the fact that he's not able to convert a single.
Yeah, that's also a pressure of sorts, isn't it?
So it eventually did get to him. 9 pars is all very well if you're in the lead, or you're comfortably in the lead, or maybe on the second or third day. But the day you're chasing the leader, 9 pars is just not going. It's not going to be
That's
good
right.
enough.
You're looking for
Particularly when the person in front is picking up shots almost at mid.
There. Unfortunately, I think rather than putting pressure on Yuvraj, both Arjun and Kshitij seem to be putting pressure on themselves, and it's costing them a lot. So there it is, one after another. I mean, things just not happening there for him.
So effectively, without doing anything, Yuvraj has increased the lead by 1.
Well, he's done a lot. Five
I'm saying on this hole, he's done. He all he did was make sure he got a par. The others have stumbled around him.
Stumbled, yeah, that's right.
So now from 5, the lead is now probably will go up to 6.
And what I'm very happy about is that he will go into next week's Chhattisgarh Open, a new event on the PGTI Tour, with his confidence sky high. And who knows? I mean, he's a kind of a golfer who loves front running. He's on a roll right now. I think he is doing a fabulous job. And his biggest fan is actually his father, who often walks with him. He is there all the time. I wonder if he's there in Ahmedabad this week. I don't think so. Otherwise, he would surely have been there right next to him on the green. So
Yeah, that's one strange, good. I mean that you pointed out, Swami. There are no spectators. It's very, it's odd. Normally you'd have family or friends, somebody walking alongside, but
They're
maybe
missing
it's the
out-
nature of the course. Maybe they don't
they're
allow.
missing out
walking.
on some great golf.
They missed out on some great golf as well. Also, coming back to your point about the next event, which is that's a greenfield venue. Nobody knows what the course is like. It's an absolutely brand new course in New Raipur. The Chhattisgarh government itself has gotten involved. So now it's even for the players, for the tour, it's going to be a completely new experience. They're going to absolutely completely unknown. It's going to be a jump into the unknown. Though apparently they've been promised top quality facilities and everything. And but the players will be very keen to see and get a first early feel of the course in the course of their practice round and
Absolutely.
the pro-am, which whatever happens in whatever sequence. So they'll get an idea of what the new course at New Raipur is going to be like. It's an 18-hole course, they say, on the banks of a lake, which should make for very picturesque viewing.
Yes, indeed.
And golf goes to yet another new destination.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Professional.
I think from that standpoint, it's fabulous that there's one more new golf course available.
Tata
So-
PGTI Tour on its way to newer and newer pastures. As the season rolls along, maybe we'll see another 1 or 2 more come on the calendar.
Oh, yes. I believe that there are a couple of sponsors, talks going on, more interesting things to come up in the second half of the season. 11 events right now in the first half, and I'm sure the second half would also be equally interesting. So there's a lot to look forward to for many of these youngsters. Many of them actually are coming onto the tour as professionals for the first time. We've seen young players like Vishesh, Tushar Pannu, Rohit Narwal, all these young boys, they are actually, starry-eyed right now. They want to do well. They are, they've turned professional, and they're learning the ropes. And amidst all of them, There is that old warhorse, Mukesh Kumar. Of course, we haven't seen him today. He opened with 9 pars. The runner board that we see right at the bottom, slightly behind. Yuvraj Sandhu is now 6 clear. Racing away to his second win and as many starts in 2025.
Like Yuvraj, Sandhu, and Saptak Talwar are the only two at the moment in the top 10 or even at the top upper half of the leaderboard who have clean cards. Kshitij just dropped his third shot, and we saw the third member of the lead group, Arjun Prasad, drop his first bogey of the day after 9 straight pars in the first 9.
So
Yuvraj, Sandhu at the top, cruising.
I just said he didn't have to do anything, just get a par and still move
Actually, he still got one a further increase in his lead. So yeah, this looks almost to be a done deal. 8 holes to go. But now it's interesting to see who's going to finish in what order behind him. Saptak Talwar, like I just said, has climbed all the way up to joint second, thanks to that dropped shot by Kshitij Navid Kaul, which has brought him back down to 9 under for the tournament and level par for the day, while Saptak is 2 under for the day. Rashid Khan has dropped his first shot, and so that's just checked his momentum somewhat. He's in a group of three-way tie for fourth place, along with Gaurav Pratap, who is also going very well, not having dropped a shot on his own. And the third member of that group, Arjun Prasad, whom we just saw concede his first bogey of the final day. So that's this position as things stand with the last 8 holes of the 1 crore rupee Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 in Ahmedabad, and the wind behaving itself, good scoring conditions, and just a handful of the field really cashing in today, unlike yesterday when it was like people were scrambling to get pour in birdies. We have not seen that happen other than 3 or 4 players on the day.
That's the man on the screen right now, Manu Gandas, who's had a very, very rough day today. He began with a bogey, triple bogey, bogey. So that was like 5 shots gone on the first 3 holes. Since then, he has parred every other hole, but that's just not been enough.
Dhole Patil, Kandas, and Saptak Talwar in this group. The group behind them have had to wait already once on the 10th fairway while they finished their putting. It took quite a while. Now, joint second, Saptak Talwar on 9 under par for the tournament, 2 under for the day. Long putt to go. Up the hill and then down on the other side of the little hump in between. Very long putt. Difficult to see the result with the caddy standing in the way, but no celebrations. One can assume that it didn't fall in. But still, it's a pretty good lag effort. I maybe left himself for 2-3 feet to finish off. But from that distance, I think anyone would take it. Even players of this caliber who consistently play such a high level of golf, day in and day out, week in and week out for the season. Now playing, like you said, for even just the first 11 tournaments of the schedule, the first half of the PGTI's, first quarter rather, of the Tata Steel PGTI 2025 schedule, offering 15 crore rupees in prize money, two Challenger Tour and one European Tour event among that to count, including the National Open, the Hero Indian Open that will be played at the DLF Golf and Country Club on the end of March, preceded by two Challenger Tour events, one in Calcutta and one in Delhi.
That's a nice, a whole lot of new events coming up. We've got there's also buzz about, of course, no official confirmation on a DP World Tour event of what that was a huge part there. I mean, that's Rohan, that's Rohan, right? Rohan gets in a nice
Yes.
long part.
Long.
I must say that right now, the race or the fight is on for the second place. And the difference between the second place and the third place is a shade over 4 lakh rupees. So that is nothing to be sneezed at. The winner picks up 15 lakhs, the runner up gets 10, and the third place gets 5 lakh 99,800, and the fourth place gets 4 lakh 99,800. So, right at the top, even a shot is going to prove very, very expensive. And Saptak Talwar, I'm sure, doesn't want to squander that chance of picking up some extra money.
Tricky one is be a tester downhill and a little bit of left right movement on that part.
No chances?
Along with the money, Swami, it's also the points that come along that determine
Sure,
your
sure,
placing on the
absolutely. There's no
order
question
of
about
merit,
that.
isn't it? And whatever little world ranking points that you can gain from in
World
PGTI
ranking
events,
points and order of merit points here.
order of merit points as well. So yeah, there is a lot to play for this besides the money. So which is why the stakes get higher and higher every year. This year, like we've been talking about, prize money increasing or substantially larger than it has been in the past, as Manu Vandas looks to clear up.
So it's quite a fight behind Yuvraj. Yuvraj running away at 15 under and approaching as Manu leaves the green. There's Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navid Kaul and the runaway leader Yuvraj approaching the green. So, Saptak Talwar and Kshitij Navid Kaul are at 9 under in the race for second place, and right behind them, snapping at the heels, are 3 others: Gaurav Pratap Singh, Rashid Khan, and Arjun Prasad, who just dropped a shot a little while ago. They are all at 8 under, and not to be overlooked, Abhinav Lohan and Rohan Thole Patil at 7 under. So 2 shots separating as many as 8 players. That's a lot, and there's a lot of money.
Somebody's
I wonder
ball
whose
is
ball
gone.
it is.
Rare errant shot. Somebody in the jungle. I wonder who it is. Is it Yuvraj? Is it Arjun Prasad? There's a lot of suspense right here in front of
Everybody
you.
is hanging in there. Even Kshitij is looking for it.
Everyone's joined the search for the ball. Now, someone's got to pay. If the ball can't be found, there's some shots going to be dropped right here. So, is it Yuvraj? Is it Arjun? Is it Call? Difficult to know at the moment. We'll know very shortly, I'm sure. But it's quite an intense search. Everybody, that entire group, players as well as caddies, in the hunt. Sandhu.
The search is on. Somehow get a sneaking feeling that it is Yuvraj's shot. Meanwhile, while the search is on, there is Tushar Pannu, one of those new young faces. And Gaurav Pratap Singh there with him.
OP with his putt. Now that definitely looks like it could be the leader's ball because the intensity of the hunt is increasing.
Om
And they
Prakash
will
Chauhan, that
very
is.
shortly be put on the clock, Swami, because this is the last group, and then you can see TD Chari prowling in the background in his buggy. He will also be keeping an eye both on the clock as well as the situation. 12. There was 6, then there became 9, or there are 12 people searching for that. I mean, replay of Pannu's putt, beautifully judged, lovely read on the pace and line. It's probably Kshitij's ball because he's the one left standing there.
I think he has found the ball.
So
One lone man amongst the
big sigh of relief
rough.
among those watching Swami if there are any supporters of Yuvraj Sandhu, because for a while there was a great deal of suspense over whose ball had gone into the jungle over there. So now we know it pretty much sure it is called who has erred, who has strayed off the beaten path, so to say, and finds himself in a fairly nasty spot. It will be so hard to come out of this thick. We can't really see get a close-in picture of the undergrowth around him, but it looks to be very thick from and waist high. And Call is a tall boy. For him, it's waist high. For many others, it'll probably be chest high.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
And looks like Kshitij is going to call that unplayable and maybe take a penalty drop or head back to the tee. So some unfortunate drama in our leader group. We were hoping to see a few more birdies and make the round more exciting for us viewers, but unfortunately Kshitij will probably be heading back to the tee to play his third shot, or I'm not sure yet whether he's keeping the where the ball lay, that and the pin in line and going as far back as he can. He didn't hit the best tee shot, but also a little unlucky that he ended up in a position where he can't get club on ball, because if he had the slightest chance to get club on ball, he would have chosen that and just chipped out and played his third from the fairway. But the last we saw, he was heading back towards the tee. Meanwhile, our tournament leader just short of the green here on number 2. A tricky chip. If he can get up and down in 2 from here, he'd be increasing his lead to 6 shots over Saptak Talwar. Beautiful touch from that bunker. Soft hands, getting the ball to go really high up in the air, using that slope. Really good result, all in all. So he'll have that left for a birdie 4. Apologies for the misreporting. It was his second shot that Kshitij hit into the bush on the left of the second hole. So he's taking a penalty drop, and he'll have a good view of the green, so he can go as far back as he wants to make sure that he can get the ball up and high over that tree and also make it land softly on this elevated green. Arjun and Yuvraj will have to wait while Kshitij gets the yardage and takes a few deep breaths and normalizes his heart rate before he hits his fourth shot. The one thing that all professional golfers absolutely hate is to drop a stroke on a par five. They get they are quite disappointed not making birdie. But if you, on the other hand, if you end up dropping a stroke, that's that really hurts. That pinches, and more so if you're in contention playing the leader group on the last day. But as expected, absolutely no emotion change on Kshitij's face, body language. The same long strides, ambling across the golf course. Arjun, in the meantime, going through, trying to read this line with his caddy. So Kshitij left with a 15-footer to save his par. Arjun Prasad with his birdie attempt, 25-foot downhill putt. He's going to try and make as many putts as he can on this back nine for birdies and see how Yuvraj reacts to that. To that, good stroke, but lets it run about 3-4 feet past this hole. So another birdie putt goes begging for Arjun Prasad, and potentially another par added to the scorecard. He did bogey the 10th hole. So after nine straight pars, the B that came on the scorecard is a bogey and not a birdie. So not much pressure being applied on our tournament leader, who is in a zone of his own, a league of his own today. He had a personal goal of wanting to win back-to-back weeks on the PGTI, and well, he looks pretty comfortable doing that at the moment. Remember, he's got a birdie putt from about 6 feet to increase his lead to 6 shots with 7 holes to play after this. Meanwhile, Kshitij now with call with his putt for par. Good stroke on that, good roll on that, but a slight misread leaves him a foot short and right of the hole. So a bogey six for Kshitij, not a great start to his back nine. A bogey start. Running out of holes, as are the rest of the field. From this man on screen, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, trying to win back-to-back starts on the PGTI, the first two events of the year. A convincing victory last week at the Tollygunge Golf Club in Calcutta, and in great position to close out another victory here at the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open 2025. Oh, let's that slip away from him a little bit. He's got about 4 feet left for his return putt. I think he's just in that mindset of trying to make more and more birdies. So was trying to possibly play a little less line on that putt and give it a little more speed, but seems to have misread the line a little bit. I think he'd be happy with that speed, even though it slipped about 4 5 feet past the hole. The way he's putting, I don't think that 4 footer should really bother him too much. Before him is his good friend Arjun Prasad, who's got a 3 footer to make his par. He's just inside of Yuvraj's ball, but I think Yuvraj will probably step on Arjun's marker, which is why Arjun's going ahead of him. Good confidence stroke, hits the back of the hole and safely inside. So Arjun Prasad missing another chance at birdie. So he stays at +1 for the day, 8 under par for the tournament. And this for Yuvraj to keep that 5 shot lead. Yep, no trouble at all. Well holed. Almost looked very casual making that putt. We race ahead to the 16th. The Nissan Magnite that you see in the far end of your frame. Well, that's going to be driven to the next event and not going to anybody's. No player is taking it back home. So all these guys will have another 4 days to try and win that car. Tushar Pannu lining up his birdie attempt. This green severely sloping from left to right, as you can see on your screen. Left to right for the players, right to left when you look at the screen. He'll tap that in and make his three and move on to the second last hole of the tournament for this group. Om Prakash Chauhan, winner of the Order of Merit in 2022 and 2023, I beg your pardon. Must have gained a lot of experience playing with the big boys on the European tour. His birdie attempt along the way. And just catches the left lip of the hole and stays out. Very difficult to analyze what could have gone wrong there, but I mean, these are putts that just require a little bit of good luck to fall in and a little bit of bad luck to stay out. He unfortunately had the latter on that attempt. Angad left with a 3 foot putt to make his three. Another one of those really consistent players on the PGTI. He's there every week, rarely ever misses a cut. And not only that, he's always in and around where the leaders are. So he's quite far up on the leaderboard every week in, week out. Just taking a little bit of extra time on this putt. You want to stay absolutely focused and sharp finishing out this tournament, because no golfer enjoys finishing poorly in any round that they're playing, be it a practice round at home or the last day of a 1 crore event. Well done, just about dribbles that one into the hole. So a par 3 for Angad Chima and some emotion. Well, I'm not sure if that was his par putt high cut play to this left hole location, and he's got a 15-footer for birdie. So a really good tee shot on a 180-yard par three. See two balls on the green, one of Rohan Dole Patil, which is just a little past the flag, and one which is found the heart of the green. And Manu Gandas is walking with his putter in hand, so I think his ball's on the green as well. All three players probably on the green. We just could spot two on the green, and maybe one's a little further right of on the right part of this 13th hole green. A quick look at Mohammad Azhar, putting from just off the green. The fringes and the fairway just around each of these greens is just so beautifully maintained that a lot of these players are choosing to use the putter when they're about 2 or 3 yards off the putting surface. So a great indication that on this golf course and the fairways are in immaculate condition. A good two putt from there for par. No harm done. Another star of the PGTI, Honey by Soya. This guy can shoot some really, really low scores. So expect him to be right up there in the next few weeks. Very early on in this 2025 season. So a lot of the players will be finding their rhythm again. And as the year progresses, you'll start seeing a lot of players such as Honey by Soya contending week in and week out. A good putt there for par. He moves on to the next hole. Gaurav Pratap, the group behind, is already hovering around this green. He's got a chip. Though it looks like he's part of the same group, so I think he may have been uh, delayed because of a ruling somewhere. Because he's probably the only one left to play this hole. To close this hole, that is. Great hands around the green. Somebody who's got great feel with his chipping and putting game. He's just a golfer who freewheels it right from the first hole on day one to the last hole on day four. A very ordinary effort there by Gaurav Pratap. Back to Saptak Talwar, who's lining up his birdie attempt on the third hole. Sorry, the 13th hole. This is, beg your pardon, the 13th hole. And he's left that woefully short. So clearly a misread of distance more than the line per se, but he's got about a 6 footer and he's currently solo second at 10 under par. Sorry, 11 under par. So he's within four of the lead, and now I wonder if he knows that, because that was an uncharacteristic error from a player who's been playing really well through the first 12 holes. A quick look at the leaderboard that I have here in front of me. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 15 under par with a 4-shot lead at this point over Saptak Talwar, who's at 11 under par. A bunch of players now: Gaurav Pratap Singh, Abhinav Lohan, Rohan Dhole Patil, Arjun Prasad, and Kshitij Navid Kaul at 8 under par. 7 shots behind our tournament leader. So they are definitely running out of holes. They're going to have to pull a few rabbits out of the hat, not just a rabbit out of the hat, and also hope that Yuvraj makes a few mistakes out of nowhere, because he's looked so in control and in command of his game and of this tournament. Rashid Khan, Vishesh Sharma at 7 under par. Tapi Ghai at 5 under par. He's 1 under through 12 holes today. Another birdie attempt for Manu goes begging. He's had good speeds throughout the day today, but just hasn't found a way to make too many putts. So the lowest score on the golf course for the day so far is our tournament leader, Yuvraj Sandhu at 5 under, and he's only played 11 holes. So who knows how low he'll go by the end of the day, and how big a lead he's going to establish when he picks up that trophy. Rohan to get to 9 under par and within 6 shots of our leader. Really good tee shot on this long par 3. A player who really takes his time to visualize every shot that he hits. That's looking good. Just misread it. Ever so slightly. So misses that putt on the low side. Had a little right-left break. Ball just burning the left edge of the hole. So he's not going to waste too much time. He's just going to tap that in and head over to the 14th tee box. Yep, there we go. So a 3 on the scorecard in spite of a really good tee shot. So an opportunity lost there by Rohan to make another birdie. But in the larger scheme of things, a 3 on the 14th hole is not the worst result. On the 13th hole is not the worst result. Saptak, our solo second position, who's left himself a tester. He's got about maybe 8 feet for his par in spite of hitting the green. So this could be an unforced error if he misses it. And if he makes it, it'll, in a funny way, it'll add to his confidence. Really nice and steady over the golf ball before he gets the putter to start moving. Yep, no problem at all. And a little fist pump there. That was an important putt. That was definitely an important putt. I mean, if catching Yuvraj Singh is going to be Yuvraj Sandhu is going to be a tough task, you want to make sure at least that you cement your second position and take home a fairly healthy check. Manu left to clean up his par. Yep, well done. So 3 threes on this 13th hole for our penultimate group. While we shortly go back to the tee box and see our leader group make their way to this 13th hole. Aerial shots of this beautiful property, the Glade 1.
Good afternoon to all the viewers. Welcome to Glade 1. Today is the final round of Professional Golf Tour of India playing at Glade 1 Resort for the Gujarat Open 2025. Well, to give you a brief about the uniqueness of this track is that it's a 9-hole track, which is the only venue which PGTI comes and plays. So it poses its own challenges. With the first 2 rounds quickly get over in a span of 18 holes, is the cut is applied, and thereafter the players go out and play 18 holes. So today for the round 4 will be deciding time for the championship, who comes out as the main champion. Looks like Yuvraj is going to do that. Well, the resort over here hosts a lot of beautiful facilities in terms of a state-of-the-art gym, infinity pool, sky lounge. So it's a very recreational place, and I spoke to a few players. They had a blast in using all the facilities and were very appreciative about it. We at Glade One are very privileged to host PGTI for the fifth consecutive season. For the plans of the future, we are into completing our 18 holes very soon, which is tomorrow itself. We'll be unveiling 3 more brand new holes in the Pro-Am, and extreme work is being done to make sure that the golf course is up and running for an 18-hole track, so that in the very near future, we can probably do an international scale event, which I was speaking with the CEO of PGTI, Mr. Amandeep Joel. He said, Aditya, just give me 18 holes and we should probably soon enough get an international series event over here. So here's to hoping that happens very soon, and we can soon host you guys back at Glade One and give you the best hospitality which we can provide. Well, the sole reason why you see Glade One coming up again and again as a sponsor, again and again in the pristine conditions to play around for the PGTI is because our chairman, Mr. Rajesh Brahmbhatt, holds this venue and this location very close and dear to his heart. He himself is a very avid golfer and understands the nitty-gritties which are required to give pristine care so that the tournament runs smooth. He himself was here on so many numerous occasions, guiding us, explaining us how to go about it. So without his guidance, I don't think this would have been in the best of shape which the players are experiencing.
Back to live action, and that was the general manager of the Glade One golf course, a former player himself, who in fact played this tournament, did have the best 2 days. Hopefully, he'll be able to change that the next time the PGTI comes to this golf course. Abhinav Lohan letting that chip run by, so it was a difficult chip. The green was going away from him, chipping from the rough, so never an easy proposition, especially with greens as firm as they are here and the speeds at which they're playing. A good outing for Vishesh Sharma, rookie on tour. He's at 1 under par through 13 holes today, 7 under for the tournament, tied 8th at the moment. So yeah, I'm sure he'll be trying to climb up the leaderboard as much as he can. But even if he finishes at tied 8th, he should be pretty happy with this result in just his second tournament as a professional golfer. A top 10 is great going for a youngster. Meanwhile, our tournament leader Yuvraj Singh has birdied yet another hole. So he's at 6 under par for the day and 16 under for the tournament. A good putt there by Vishesh. And coming back to Yuvraj Singh, Sandhu, he's at 16 under for the week, 6 under for the fourth day, and a 5-shot lead again. So on this trophy, he's got 6 holes to go and has a 5-shot lead. Abhinav left to make his return putt. This might just be his birdie attempt actually. May have hit a second shot just a little left of the green and could well be his birdie attempt on this 14th hole. It's a par 5, remember, so I won't be surprised if he's putting for birdie. He's gone through a few putters in his career. A beautiful looking stroke there, nice hands on the putter, and a little surprised that that moved a little bit to the right with a few holes, with a few rolls to go. So a tap in 5 for Abhinav. Rashid last to putt. He needs to start making. He's probably going to have to make 3 or 4 birdies coming in now to put any pressure at all on Yuvraj, which I think is looking impossible at this point in time. Not because the other players aren't making birdies, but because Yuvraj is making a bunch of birdies himself. Not a blemish on Yuvraj's card today. 6 birdies. Sorry, yeah, 6 birdies to be at 6 under par today. Oh, he too misses on the right. A little frustration there shown by Rashid Khan. So all pars after having fairly good looks at birdies for all these. Sorry, Vishesh made his birdie, but Abhinav and Rashid walking off with a 5. So Vishesh will have the honor standing on the 15th hole tee box. We go back to the 13th, the par 3. Arjun Singh missed his tee shot a little short and left of this flag. It's a kidney-shaped green, so it's not a very deep green. So you got to make sure you have the right club on the tee. It's very easy to come up a little short or a little past over the green on this par 3. Again, a beautiful chip by our tournament leader. So places where he's missed the green, he's made the chip putt look fairly simple, fairly straightforward. Also, another thing to notice is that wherever he's missed the green, he's missed it in the right spot. He hasn't short-sighted himself anywhere at all today, which is why he's blemish-free on the scorecard. Yuvraj been asked to move his marker by Kshitij. That's because the marker must be in the way of Kshitij's line. He's going to make sure he moves it back before he putts again. If a player fails to do so, it's a 2-shot penalty if they end up playing from the wrong spot. Good putt there on live feed 2 by Gaurav Pratap Singh. Shoulders down, probably not having the round that he would have wished for. Though he is under par for the day, but I think there is a realization of the title being out of his reach now. Hani Besoya cleaning up his par putt there, and he too moves on to the next hole. Kshitij, the only one to have found the putting green on his tee shot, though he's got a long birdie attempt. A 2 putt from here would be nothing won, nothing lost, which is not bad. But he would love to make a few birdies now in the next few holes to at least challenge for second place. Good putt, good speed. No stress 2 putt there for Kshitij. It's very impressive to see how well all these players have putted this week, in spite of the green speeds being as fast as they are. I can't remember seeing a single 3 putt today in today's coverage. So all these players have seemed to have got a good measure of these greens and the speeds. and the only way they've missed putts today is by slightly misreading the greens. It's not even like they've struggled too much to read the greens. There've been many near misses today. All these things make for great viewing when you're sitting back at home. Also, one realizes just how good the Indian professional golfer is. This putt's going to break a little bit to his right. Just got to make sure he gets the speed right and oh, over at that one. Over at that one. Not too sure if that was a little pull there, but he definitely was aiming left to the cup. So may have just misread that. Another bogey for Arjun Prasad. So he isn't going. He's moving away from his best friend, going in the opposite direction. Yuvraj left with about 5 feet to make his par and stay blemish free in this final round, and also maintain a 5-shot lead over Saptak. It's just been such a pleasure to watch him make these 4 5-footers without breaking any sweat at all. So he marches on to the 13th tee with a 5-shot lead. So Saptak and the rest are quickly running out of holes here to post any sort of challenge to our tournament leader. And I think we can start taking on some side bets about what score will Yuvraj Singh Sandhu be at the end of this tournament, at the end of round 4. Remember, it's a 54-hole tournament. The first two rounds were 2 9-hole rounds, and then we had after the top 50 and ties made cut. Round 3 and round 4 were full 18 holes. So a unique tournament on the calendar for the PGTI, a 54-hole contest. We're seeing Stepan Danik, player from Czech Republic, on our screen. A little surprised that he missed that putt. A slight underread there by Stepan. His second year here on the PGTI. He had a good year last year, finished I think top 40. So he's enjoying his time on Indian shores. If I'm not wrong, he's made Thailand his base now to play here in and around our subcontinent. He also plays on Thai local tour. So gets enough tournament golf through the year. When the PGTI is in off season, I remember he played a few events back in his new home, adopted home of Thailand. So loves playing competition, and that's evident, and that's a good reason why he's playing as well as he is on the PGTI. Good putt there by Karandeep Kochar, and with that, I will take your leave. I'm Aditya Bhandarkar. It's been great fun commentating and reporting on this beautiful Glade 1 presents the Gujarat Open 2025, and we go back to our com box with V. Krishnaswamy and Rahul Banerjee taking over from here on.
It looks like now Yuvraj Sandhu has wrapped up. I mean, of course, there was really never any doubt about it. The way he went about the task on the final day, he has been absolutely scintillating, sizzling, whatever you call it. 6 birdies in 12 holes, and now after having played 13, he is 16 under, 5 shots clear of Saptak Talwar, who just doesn't want to make any mistakes. He's also bogey free, 4 under for the day, and 11 under, 5 behind Yuvraj, but 3 ahead of Gaurav Pratap Singh, who has slowly crept up to the third place. He's had a few birdie misses every now and then, but still managed a bogey free round so far. But what is most heartening is this young 18-year-old Vishesh Sharma, the Hyderabad boy, as my colleague Rahul tells me. Absolutely fantastic. He had a very disheartening start, a bogey on the first, and then 2 more on the fourth and fifth, 3 over after 5 holes. But after that, he has absolutely been spotless and wonderful. 5 birdies since then. He's now 2 under for the day, and he is moving to easily moving towards his best career finish. It's only his second start as a professional. He made the cut earlier at Tollygunge, and now he's staring at a top 3 finish. Indeed, an absolutely awesome start to a promising career. And this has been the success of the PGTI. There you see there on the leaderboard, in the third place, a rookie there. And we've also seen a couple of other rookies who've done well, but were not able to hold on to it. Tushar Pannu is in the 12th place, and he could well finish there. Rohit Narwal is around the 20th. He's already finished for the day at even par. It was a very roller coaster of a round with 5 birdies and 5 bogeys for Rohit. All in all, a great outing for the rookies here at Glade 1. Vishesh Sharma, Tushar Pannu, and Rohit Narwal, making it obviously very good for the newcomers. And here is Saptak Talwar hoping to divide his time this season between the Hotel Planner Tour and the PGTI.
This is yet again, Swami, we've seen an example of how much the players are trusting the cut and thing of the green. Opting to pick up the putter from that far out, 5, 6, in some cases 4, 5, 6 yards out, and still opting for the putter, which really says a lot for the way the approach around the greens has been maintained. But at the same time, alongside what you just pointed out, Swami, about this young man, is the fact that around him is the experienced, the senior heads who've put themselves under pressure or come under pressure. 4-time winner Kshitij Norden, he's a very young man on his own, but he's dropped 2 shots in his last 4 holes. Defending champion Abhinav Lohan dropping a shot just a little while ago. Rashid Khan dropping 2 shots in 4 holes. Arjun Prasad, who had a blemish-free front first 9, suddenly hitting the rocks. He just dropped a double bogey. So it's the pressure in its own way is telling up and down the leaderboard. Other than the 2 or 3 men on at the top, 3 of them, all 3, Yuvraj Sandhu, Saptak Talwar, and Gaurav Pratap Singh, bogey free for the day, coming into the last 4 or 5 holes of the tournament, and a clean card. And Yuvraj Sandhu not even taking his foot off the gas like he seemed to have done in the latest half of the third round yesterday, keeping the pressure on, keeping the putts dropping. And his putter, he said later, had turned a little cold towards the end of day 3 of the third round. No such stumbles, fumbles, or even suggestions so far. He's been rock solid, not just grinding it out, but converting every opportunity that has come his way. Maybe one he has let go, just one, I think, from the 13 holes that they played so far. Ran his putt on, I think, on 11, just a shade wide. But other than that, he's been absolutely flawless, as has been Saptak Talwar and Gaurav Pratap Singh, but they have fallen off a little bit of the pace.
While you were describing feed 1, Rahul, Vishesh Sharma, of course, once again kind of, kept his, kind of lent support to our belief in his promise with that lovely putt out there. and he's playing alongside the defending champion Abhinav Lohan. One of the great things about this is last year's statistics reveal that the top 10 players on the tour made almost 45 lakhs and above each. So 45 lakhs, 44 lakhs, 98,000 plus was the winnings for the player who finished 10th, and that was Akshay Sharma. And above him were Udayan Mane, Yashish Chandra, Jamal Hussain, Amardeep Malik, and Sachin Basoya. Of course, the top four were Veer Alawat, Rahul Kanji, Manu Gandas, and Angad Chima. So there is a lot of money to play there. No wonder the quality has improved so dramatically. Remember, the cut this week was even par, even though it was only over 18 holes. The fact is that the competition has become really, really stiff. And this man knows a bit about competition. On field 2, Rashid Khan. He's won the Order of Merit a couple of times on the Indian Tour. He's got 2 Asian Tour titles. He's got a medal from the Asian Games in 2010. A pedigree player, a wonderful player. His wiry physique, realize the strength he has when he whips that ball. And here is Manu Gandas, another extremely promising player. This has not been the best of his weeks. Remember, he won 6 times when Ayub Raj won 5 times in 2022. So Manu Gandas has this habit of bouncing back. He was third in the Order of Merit last year when Veer Alawat and Rahul Kanji were the top 2.
The thing is, when you look at Manu in the light of his elevated standards, he had a decent year last year. He somehow still feels like, he was not really there. Something went wrong with this game. So that's the kind of bar he has set for himself, is basically what I'm trying to
Absolutely,
say.
indeed.
And that's the way we also have gotten used to looking at him and his results and performances.
From being one of the contenders this week after the first 3 rounds, it's been a kind of a fall in the final round, a bit faltered. Those first 3 holes where he dropped 5 shots, he steadied himself after that with a string of pars and 1 birdie. So, but still, he is still inside the top 20, and that is saying a lot. That means there is still a lot of fight in him. He knows that it's not just about this week, it's also about confidence and how they need to. Another wonderful thing I just saw was the caddies running. That means they want to finish fast. Very clearly, the prize distribution, the finish, etc. There will be a few flights to catch today in the evening. So they all want to finish in time so that they can actually get to the airport or the station. It is that's the norm usually on the final day of any tournament. They're into the sand.
Vishesh Sharma just overhitting. But pin is tucked away on the right corner of the green, so that's players opting to go play safe, land it towards the center of the green.
Honestly, Vishesh Sharma is on a roll. He's had 4 birdies in a row from the 12th to the 15th. 3 more holes left for him.
He also gives him sole third place.
He's in sole third place, and he can make a run for the second. There's just 2 shots between him and Sapta,
Yes.
and we've seen that this course doesn't care about 2 shots. 2 shots is nothing here.
That's a nice launch into the heart of the green.
So the Mac Knight Nissan, left all alone there, is going to go back to the garage. None of the players over 4 rounds have been able to take it home. A hole in one on the 7th. Only the 7th hole, when it was played as the 7th and not the second time around, was
the 16th in this time.
16th, yeah. So had the Karen open, and here is Rashid.
Good work by Rashid as well. Gives him a chance for birdie on this. 2 holes to go after this for this group. One of the 3 final groups. And like we keep saying, towards the end of play yesterday also, the shadows getting longer and longer. And We are now at the pointy end of the tournament. The Gujarat Open present by Glade 1 in Ahmedabad. Players playing for a prize pool of a crore of rupees with 15 lakhs going to the champion, which increasingly looks to be Yuvraj Sandhu, Chandigarh player, young man, 27-year-old, has played the Asian Development Tour last year, got a top 10 finish, had a win, made sure of his Asian Tour card, going very, very strongly on his domestic PGTI as well. Won the first event in Calcutta last week at the Tollygunge Club and looking to be a far more convincing champion of this event, the fifth Gujarat Open in Ahmedabad. Arjun Prasad sadly never was able to get a challenge going. Had a clean front nine, but made no gains at all, and the back nine has been somewhat more erratic. He's dropped a bogey, picked up a birdie, and dropped a double bogey so far. So this has not been great for him, and his record of not having yet won on the PGTI will carry on into the next event. And one certainly hopes that he will turn that around soon. Some as earlier the better for him, given his talent certainly expected of him. But like we keep saying at the top, it's a clear run at the title. And as Swami correctly pointed out just a few minutes ago, Vishesh Sharma on a roll after three bogeys in his first 5 holes has really stormed back in the back now. The second nine, he's picked up 4 shots in a row between the 12th and the 15th. And we just saw him launch his ball into the bunker on hole number 17. I beg your pardon, hole number 16. Here's our leader, event leader, co-leader or leader from day 2. He shared the lead on the second day, led by a stroke after the third day yesterday from this man, Kshitij Navid Kaul and Arjun Prasad, who have sort of fallen away on over the last final 18 holes, while Yuvraj Sandhu has cruised on untroubled. 16 other for the under for the event, 6 under for the on the day with 5 holes to go, and it's really turned into a race for the podium, the second and third steps on the podium, and the other finish and the other placings. It's really no longer a fight for the top. Arjun Prasad again shared second overnight, 1 shot behind the leader. The season the wheels fall off his challenge. He's 2 over for the day, 7 under for the event. And currently, despite all his recent travails, still holding a place in the top 10, tied for 7th. There's a large group there of, it was 4 a minute ago, it's now 3 people. Rashid Khan also in tied 7th alongside Ole Patil and Prasad. Tokyo Olympian Udayan Mane is now in 10th alongside Tepi Ghai, who's still out on the course. Mohammad Azhar, who had an eagle on the 9th hole, also currently in 10th place, but he still has a few holes to go. And Arjun Prasad and Kshitij Navidkar no doubt pondering, along with their putts and lines, no doubt wondering what more they could have done today to have pushed the leader a little harder than they actually did. And with the holes counting down, it's now the leader by 4 shots from Saptak Talwar, who has just birdied the 14th. So the lead is now on 12 under in sole second place. Vishesh Sharma, young man from Hyderabad, sold third place. Gaurav Pratap Singh tied for fourth, along with defending champion Abhinav Lohan, who also has just birdied his last hole, the 15th, and Call also in a tie for fourth. Event leader Yuvraj Sandhu lines up his putt. It's like a right to left, downhill, ball sliding, beautifully read. And as he's done through pretty much all of the last 30 odd holes, 29, 28, 29 holes, making no mistake with that putter. What he did to it overnight, only he will know, but certainly it has sparked back to life. It had just gone off just a little bit off the boil. His putting had just gone off the boil yesterday towards the back nine, and no such blips today, as you can see with that replay. Beautiful pace, beautiful line. Absolutely no doubt where that ball was headed. The center of the cup. And I think for the first time, we just saw when he picked up the ball, there was a little smiley exchange with somebody off screen and an acknowledgement of somebody's applause, obviously. Thank you. That was a good one, and I also feel it was a good one. Takes yet more pressure off his shoulders.
Yuvraj is really, kind of enjoying his moment. A second win in as many weeks, and by such a fantastic margin here this evening, surely, kind of puts him in the right frame of mind to make a charge for bigger things. Lots of events to happen, the international events coming up, and also the big goal at the end of the year, the Order of Merit, and a ticket to get to the DP World Tour. Indeed, a lot to look forward to for this young man. So, certainly something that he's trying to work towards. Arjun Prasad, no doubt he will take back a lot of lessons from this week. After a couple of second places in the past, he gave it a good run for the first three rounds. Unfortunately, things unraveled in the second half, the second nine of the final round. He did well enough, or rather, he did modestly to hang in with a series of 9 pars on the first 9 holes. He needed to make a bigger charge. Unfortunately, it never came. He did create opportunities but couldn't quite convert them.
Gaurav Pratap from the fringe of the green, for once picking up a wedge, unlike what we've seen to be the trend over the last 2 days. Is the moment you get to within 2-3 yards of the edge of the green, you pick up the flat stick. Or maybe he also had a change of heart. He asked his caddy to pull out the putter, handing back the wedge. And given the absolutely beautifully maintained verges of the greens, why not? Over on feed number 2, we have Manu's group approaching on the green. You could see Saptak Talwar and Rohan Dhole Patil just go off picture, come back in again. This is the group that has the potential second place finisher, Saptak Talwar, going beautifully indeed. No trouble. And whenever he's found himself in trouble, he's fought out of it. Picked up 5 shots on the day. 5 under for his round, 12 under overall. 4 now behind the leader, Yuvraj Sandhu. Just an update in the few seconds that we were talking. Yuvraj has picked up another shot, which means he's now 17 under and once again 5 shots clear of second place Saptak Talwar, who is on the screen in front of you.
17 under, I must again bring back Amandeep Joel into conversation. After the first 2 days of 9 holes each, when the guys were just 6 under through 18 holes, he had said something like the winning score could even go up to as high as 17 or 18 under, and it has.
And let's not forget that this is a 54-hole event.
Correct. 17 under already for a 54-hole event with 4 holes left. That means 17 under through 50.
Stunning.
Indeed, a stunning score.
I mean, let's just put it this way: he's completely overpowered the course for me. He's given it no chance.
No question.
And probably helping was the fact that though we did hear someone mention the wind being a factor, with virtually no wind around since yesterday afternoon, he is really completely. But then again, you need to convert your chances, which he has done. There are so many others who have, seen the putts slip past the cup by half an inch, a quarter an inch, maybe a millimeter or two. But Sandhu has been rock steady. He's just like I said. We saw him only miss one potential birdie opportunity. All the others that have come his way, he is snapped up. 7 under for the day, 17 under for the tournament, and he still has 4 holes to go. So one wonders, how much higher is he going to go, or how much lower is he going to go, rather, by the time he's done. It's absolutely scintillating ball striking, and great work with the shorter irons to reach the greens when required, and the putter absolutely hot, right on point. A one shot lead when play began this afternoon, when the final group came to the ground, to the course. I mean, could have swung very quickly either way. But two things worked in his favor. He was rock solid, very quickly getting up to a start with an early birdie, and from behind, no one really putting in pressure on him at all. That's a little tweaky little putt finished off over there, and off they go. Sixteenth hole. That looks like Rohan Dhole Patil firing the ball at what should be at the pin. Again, ball staying just a little bit left of the pin, which is in the top right corner on this green, but getting a bit of helpful roll towards the center of the green. You've seen a lot of balls skip over the green and into the bunker that's on the left side. But on this occasion, Dhole Patil making sure that the ball stayed well centered. Or was it Saptak Talwar? These two guys they look like twins, and it's still so hard. We've been watching them the whole day. It's still a little hard to figure out. This is probably Saptak, who's just a little bit slimmer of the two. Identical caps, identical t-shirts, almost identical halves, shorts, footwear. It's almost like they color coded themselves before coming to the course. Swami?
Exactly. They're almost like similar height. And they're both young. They're around the same age, and like fantastic here.
Talwar knows he has a great opportunity to take home a good solid finish, and sold second place. 10 lakhs is a decent take from a week's work. In fact, 3 days of 54 holes of work. Lovely shot. Heart of the green, ball falling away towards the pin. Again, you can see the wind, I think, just starting to pick up once again. The flags are fluttering. And Manu Gandas, not the greatest day for this wonderfully talented young man from Gurgaon. Just going through the final rites of the Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1, a field of 120 set out in pursuit of a prize purse of a crore of rupees. 53 professionals survived the cut after the 18 holes, 9 and 9 on the first 2 days. And we are seeing the final rites of this event being played out in front of us. Manu Gandas raised hopes. He was co-leader after day 2, but just lost momentum very early today with that bogey and double bogeying. And has really fought back from there, but and never had. Look at the amount of spin on that ball.
That was a lovely one.
This is what this. I think this one shot is a very great capsule, Swami, of what this young man is capable of. The intensity of that cut on the shot and the amount it traveled after landing, instead of hitting the bunker, which so many others have done through the course of the last 3.5 days. He's spun the ball square and straight at the pin. Now that's a great birdie opportunity. Maybe a little too late, but every such positive is something to be put in your bag. And
The thing is that each of these kids, each of these boys, the teenagers and the young ones who are playing, and not even in the early 20s. I think they should try and learn from whatever they've learned. Rohan Dhol Patil. I must confess, Rahul, some of these ads, especially from Gujarat Tourism, have been so good that I'm enticed. I really want to make a trip out there, not just for golf, but also for so much else that Gujarat has to offer.
I'm sure some well-wisher in Gujarat is listening to you, Swami, and you should very shortly receive an invitation. I'm
I
quite
hope
certain
so.
of that.
I really hope so. Maybe it's
You're
PGTI, maybe it's Gujarat Tourism.
Influential bloke in the world of Indian golf, and why not? I'm sure someone.
Or maybe I should tell one of these PGTI.
I'm
I
sure
really
you'll
love
not,
this place.
I'm quite sure you will not need to tell anybody. You will shortly have a few invitations, more than a few invitations heading your way from Gujarat. Come on, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm
for
sure you
wishing
can
me
do,
so much. Wishing me well, Rahul.
So yeah, Rohan here. Last 3 holes to go. Sadly, we seem to have put the commentator's curse on young Nilesh Sharma. Swami, he's just double bogeyed his 16th to fall into out of the top 3, and he's now down in 7th place. Saptak Talwar, meanwhile, cruising along beautifully. He's really, along with Yuvraj, being the most impressive in the field today. Has not let any situation bother him. He's been completely unfazed, and he is again like the leader, taken every chance that has come his way, and result of with six birds on the day, which has him at 13 under and four behind now the leader. Arjun Prasad started the day one behind, but was never able to get any momentum under his round. Just now going through the motions before they finish off the last three holes. This group, hole number 15, 16, 17, and 18 to go. The next up is the par 3, which was the Magnite hole on the front nine, but is now just the hole number 16. The car no longer on the table for the players who had their chances over 4 days for the first round of every day. A hole in one would have got the first maker of a hole in one would have fetched the car, but it will be driven away safely. Currently plays second now. Talwar with his birdie putt. Long putt, 35, 40 feet. And he's made some really good conversions today. And this is another good example of what he is capable of doing with the putter. From that distance, a lag putt to 2.5 feet, I don't think is actually a very good result. Kshitij Navidkol finally getting something going his way, jugging that ball. We saw him lose momentum with that lost ball and a double bogey that followed. And our tournament leader on 17 under par, 7 under for the day, Yuvraj Sandhu, closing in almost like step by step, unstoppably on his second title in as many starts. Last week in Kolkata at the Tollygunge Club, very different circumstances, very different conditions, very different course, but the result increasingly looking like it will be the same. East India, West India doesn't seem to matter to this young man. He is on or about every
You
single
spoke about
time.
a commentator's jinx, didn't you?
Well, fortunately, there's very little that can hopefully go wrong from here. But at the same time, yes, Yuvraj will feel he looked distant. That's the sort of standards I think, Swami, more on a serious note, that he seems to set for himself. That even that what with that much of a cushion over the rest of the field, he was clearly disappointed at what he thought what should have been a made putt and not a miss.
There was a rare smile from Manu Gandhas after that putt. He's been slowly inching his way up after that disaster start. He's had birdies on the 11th, 14th, and 15th. He's from being from 5 over after the first 3 holes. He's pulled himself back quite a bit for the day. I think that shows that he's just not willing to give up, and I think that is the quality which is going to carry him far. He's edged his way into the top 15 after having dropped over to 20th place.
Yeah.
Well done, Manu.
Currently joined 13 with Udayan Mane. Udayan, of course, back in the clubhouse. Manu still has a couple of holes to go.
You know, with 3 or 4 holes to go, Manu could even climb back to a top 10.
Yes.
And I think that 16th was a birdie, so which would actually see him move to 6 under, and 6 under is currently 10.
10. He would have liked. Yes, I think he has finally found some support there, leaning on the shoulder of somebody who's obviously quite close to him. Yuvraj Sandhu are leader by 5-4 now, with Saptak Talwar having picked up yet another shot. 17 over is the lead. The leaders score 13 under, I beg your pardon, 17 under and 13 under, first and second. And Saptak Talwar is now, just like Yuvraj Sandhu has done over the rest of the field, Saptak Talwar has put distance between himself and whoever will finish in third place behind him, which is, once again, currently Kshitij Navid call with that birdie which we just saw him smiling about on the previous hole. So we have, for the moment, a clear first, a clear second, and a clear third. No sharing.
It's never over till it's over in golf.
That's also true. But for the moment, like I said, that's what I said. For the moment, we have a clear-cut leader, first a runner-up, and a second runner-up. So maybe it will stay that way, maybe it won't. And call just as if to drive your point home, Swami. He just put the ball in the bunker. Difficult position. He was hunting the flag. Everybody else we've seen has gone to the left, looking for the center of the green, but young call obviously flag hunting, so he went straight just a little bit to the right, and the ball found its way into the bunker. Our event leader, 17 under par overall for the tournament, 7 under for the day, Yuvraj Sandhu of Chandigarh. Final 3 holes before he close out the year's second Tata Steel PGTI event. The early part of the schedule, 11 events in as many weeks. This is the second of 11.
Now that is a laser guided shot, a wonderful one.
That tee shot, Swami, sums up why he's such a dominant, not just the leader, but in such dominant fashion. He's not pulling any punches. He could have, as he's quite well gone, played safe, gone for the center of the green to the left, and then two putted for a par. He's gone hunting for yet another birdie. He wants to stamp his domination on this event. Clearly, 4-shot lead is not good enough for him. He wants better than that. He wants to take it back to the five.
Sure.
Margin of 5.
And why not? I mean, one
why
should actually dominate the championship.
When you have,
why not?
That's the way this from another sport. That's why the Australians and the West Indians used to play cricket at one time. You have your opponent down, you make sure you don't give them a chance to get up.
Absolutely.
So,
Not because you've got to meet the same opponents next week.
So you destroy their mind a little bit at every opportunity you can.
So that's the 16th, and they're at the 16th now. So 2 more holes after that. There is Yuvraj right next to, very close to the pin, with a possible birdie chance there.
It's almost like a laser guided missile flying out of that tee box and onto the green. Brilliant shot. Brilliant. This is what young Call was, in all fairness, trying to do, I'm sure. And unfortunately, his ball just went a little bit to the right. And this is an elevated green, which means if you don't find the dance floor, so to say, your ball could slip off the plateau. And in his case, it went into the green side bunker. That's to the right of the green. Flag enticingly placed for just such an eventuality. Vast green around it, but the flag has been stuck in that absolute top right hand corner, making it an attractive but difficult target. And our leader duly finding it to within 6 or 7 feet with his tee shot. Young Sharma, you see back in the clubhouse, that unmistakable bright red tee shirt of his, watching proceedings as they happen, unfold in front of him. He's done for his tournament. And now watching on as the, oh, I beg your pardon, he is waiting for his chance to play his tee shot on the final 18th hole. I thought he was back in the clubhouse. Young man from Hyderabad going along very well until we called the commentators cursed down on him. And I'm afraid he had to pay a bit of a price, but he is a resilient young man. He's already shown that he has got strong shoulders and he's battling away, trying to improve his position from currently tied seventh.
And he also knows that you and I are talking about him, so he's going to make sure and prove us wrong.
Again, just straying a bit to the right of the tee into some nasty looking dry stuff on the right side of the fairway. This was one hole I was, we were given, the impression was that this is going to be a tough hole. But it's actually the first hole or the 10th when you play twice. That has turned out to be the one to punish the players. As everybody who has gone offline on that hole has paid a heavy price. And between a bogey, a double bogey, and more than one case, a triple bogey. See, this now it's call coming off the bunker on 16. High ball, lovely control on that, beautiful. And event leader Yuvraj Sandhu applauds. He knows how good that shot was. High and soft, plenty of spin on the ball. Dropped, bounced twice, rolled to a halt within about 2-3 feet. From the other side, Arjun Prasad starting in joint second overnight, but having a lot of ground to make up and he's run out of holes. So 8 under, still not a bad result overall. But that, again, beautifully played. This is what everybody says about him, his immense talent, and that was just a great example. Beautiful loft out of the, a long one, not just call in comparison, had a short shot out of the bunker. Prasad's was a long one, and it's literally a tap in from where he played his second shot. Tremendous, brilliant display of bunker work by this young man, and he's been asked to finish it off, do the honors, so to say. Just a little bit more than a tap in for his par, which he duly completes. But yes, like I said, a fine example of his talent and his abilities.
And there is the boss man this week.
Yuvraj Sandhu was the longer of the two putts on this 16th hole. Called with his bunker shot coming out to within a couple of feet, and Sandhu has substantially more, something between 8 and 10 feet for his birdie. But what a great tee shot that was! Straight at the flag, enough spin on it to keep the ball in play and in check, and roll back.
All a matter of confidence.
Ball coming back off the backstop, and this ball creeping towards the hole, and at the very last minute, just spitting out. Nothing wrong with that putt at all. It is a tremendous read. It wobbled more than once on its way. He really had a good idea of the pace. And very difficult really to imagine any other outcome from almost anybody from that spot with that slight downslope going away from him. Great effort and a par. And the lead stays at 4 strokes between him and Saptak Talwar, playing one group ahead, 2 groups ahead on 13 under par, 6 under for the day. Yuvraj Sandhu 7 under for the day and 17 under overall. Now headed to the last three holes. Call here, looking to finish his putt for par. Just tugging, looked like he tugged it a little wide, so he drops a shot where he really did not need to. It recovered so beautifully from the bunker with his second on this one, the 16th hole. Just appeared to have tugged that putt a little bit to the left, which was enough to see it miss the cup. Not what you would have wanted, certainly. Saptak Talwar now, the group ahead. His chance to play out of the bunker. Waiting to clarify something.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Oh, so now we know why Saptak Talwar was waiting. He was waiting for Rohan Dhule Patel to get a ruling, obviously from where he was in the nasty stuff. And having got a decision, he's sent the ball on its way. The second shot, Manu Ganda is doing a bit of gardening since he's already on, seems to be on the green. This group will have just the 18th to go after this, and they are the penultimate group out on the course, which means the leader group is behind them, usually on their heels, with Yuvraj Sandhu just a few hundred yards away from his second consecutive victory. 17 under for the tournament, Yuvraj Sandhu from Chandigarh, 7 under on the day. And the man on your screen to the left, Saptak Talwar, is 13 under for the event for the tournament, 6 under for the day. Sole second, 13 under. And a fairly healthy gap to third place, which is now shared by between Abhinav Lohan and Rashid Khan, who seems to have made up a bit of ground. Hani Basoya suddenly is popped because the scoreboard has just refreshed itself, and as we see Hani Basoya in his last 5 birdies in his last 6 holes, zooming up the leaderboard in which it, on either side of the turn he had a double bogey 6 on 9, double bogey 6 on 10. But a stunning recovery after that, and Talwar just missing out on. He's still wondering what what he did wrong on that putt. Still lining up his putt, taking his time over it, just shaving the hole. I think there was a bit of indecision. He seemed to have decided on the line, then stepped away, stepped back, taken a second look at it, a third look, and then that's probably also confused us a little bit as to what exactly was going on.
Sometimes I get the feeling that they might also be thinking, what did they do? the first time around when they came to this hole. I think that confusion could have been there. And especially if you
I beg your
actually
pardon,
had a better result.
that was Dhole Patil Swami. I'm sorry. Like I keep saying, this twinning business they have to help us out at some point. Maybe you make them change caps or put a ribbon or something on one of these guys.
Or
Son,
carry t-shirt and something.
yeah, say something. Wear an armband for goodness sake. Help us. And we got white caps, white t-shirts, bluish shorts, white footwear, gloves. Sometimes on the right pocket, sometimes on the left pocket. This is awful. This needs to be sorted out. Something has to be done. Well, Manu, anyway, on a more serious note, Manu Ganda's looking to finish off his 17th. Had a blip to start, but he's leveled the ship considerably after that. And trying to find his way back into the top 10. Manu taking his time over this putt. He's seen both his playing partners miss out right in front of him. He doesn't want that to happen to him. But he leaves his putt low and it just slides past the edge. Despite those two double bogeys, he is 8 under overall and tied third place alongside Abhinav Lohan, Rashid Khan, and Kshitij Navid. Paul. It's a long list there. Saptak Talwar. Solo second, 13 under, well clear of the field. No fuss, no muss, makes the putt and walks off. After the 18th, leaving the dance floor open for the final group of the tournament. That includes our event leader Yuvraj Sandhu, 17 under for the tournament, 7 under for the day, alongside Anil Kasoya. Also great round. So quite fittingly, it is the top two who have had the two best cards of the day. Yuvraj Sandhu on 7 under and Saptak Talwar on 6 under. So far, okay, without wanting to put any sort of hex on them, so far, no blemishes on their card. Talwar is done with 17, Yuvraj Sandhu is done with 16. Just missing out on a birdie on 16, very, very close. It's just a second close shave of the day. He's pretty much converted everything else that has come his way. And here in front of us, Rashid Khan, vastly experienced, didn't have the best of days, putting uphill, just shaving the flagstick as it went past. Rashid in a four-way tie for third place. And I think he will just keep that spot because that was his last putt for the tournament on the signature 9th stroke 18th hole. And here's one of the stories of the tournament. Young Sharma, a teenager from Hyderabad, Vishesh Sharma. Tremendous run. He will, unless something goes badly wrong, he will take away a top 10 finish, currently in a share of 8th place. And putting to close out the tournament. 7 under par for the event. Confident looking putt, but lifted just a shade to the right on the higher side. You will need to be a little careful with this. Ball's falling away towards the water from him for the final putt. Defending champion Abhinav Lohan. He two ends of the experience scales for me. One young man playing only his second tour event. And Abhinav on your screen now. He's probably his 15th or 16th year as a professional.
Abhinav actually has been around for such a long time. He's actually also an Asian Games medalist.
That's right.
He was part of the Indian team. So Abhinav Lohan, I think he played alongside Rashid Khan in the Indian team when they won the silver medal in China at the Guangzhou Asian Games.
Probably a bit of movement in his line of sight. Abhinav steps away with a smile. He's seen it all before. Not terribly fussed about it. Had a bit of a laugh. Wiped his butter face and gets back to work. The par for 18th. Ball stopping just a foot and a half, 2 feet short. Which leaves these two, Sharma and Lohan, to putt out for their final acts of the tournament, hopefully, and leaving the way for the last two groups to head for the clubhouse. Yuvraj Sandhu sending the ball on his way. Suddenly, a bit like yesterday, Swami, the last 4 holes, his putter is just marginally gone off. Just marginally. He's missing by half inches and half centimeters each time.
That's this game, game of inches.
It is. In fact, in this case, it's literally centimeters and millimeters. But nothing has disturbed his lead. He's continues to be comfortably ahead now with Saptak Talwar having dropped a shot on 17. His lead is back to 5. His leads by 5 from Talwar, who's on 12 under. The day's total of 5 going into the final hole. And Abhinav Lohan, tricky little putt. He knew that was not easy. He waited till it dropped. Arjun Prasad again. His putting woes have really hurt him through the day. Cleaning up on 17 before heading to the 18th tee for their last trek. Vishesh Sharma doing a nerveless job of converting that putt. It was not an easy one. Ball heading, looking towards the water. Gets a round of congratulatory handshakes from Rashid and Abhinav Lohan, the defending champion, who will hand over his crown and trophy in a few minutes to the person, to the two groups, the group behind. Kshitij Navid Kaul on 17, looking to finish off before the 18th tee beckons. The shadows are getting longer. Lovely putt. That should make the young man feel a lot better. See that relief in his in his stride as he went to pick the ball out of the hole. And Yuvraj waiting to finish off, complete his par putt on this par for 17th. I mean, even if his intensity has just gone off a little for me, you really can't blame him because he's kept it at such a high level through the day. All the way till the 14th, he was picking up every birdie opportunity that came along. And in the last three holes, he's let two of them go. So, by which time, of course, his lead was so comfortable with four shots at one time. Now it's back up to five with Saptak Talwar having dropped a bogey on 17. Now on 18. Safely on the green without having bothered the water around it.
The interesting thing is that Yuvraj, when he picks up back-to-back wins, it will be the first time since 2022 when Manu Gandas did it in November, December, won the Dream Valley Booty Masters and the SSB Chaurasia Invitational. So almost like 2.5 years.
2.5 years, that's right.
If I may just extend this, even as we are talking about Yuvraj making it back-to-back wins, 2 in 2 weeks. Back-to-back wins have been achieved also by the women's golf associations. Sneha Singh winning the third leg today. Last month she won the second leg. So back-to-back wins seem to be the fashion now.
It also shows a very good hunger for success. I mean, the fact that you won once doesn't, makes doesn't these youngsters don't take their eyes off the ball, fully focused on winning the next event as well.
Yes, interestingly, we just had Yuvraj Sandhu winning his 10th title and last week. And now, today, Sneha Singh won her 10th title on the women's circuit. So it's...
And she's what, only 20? 21?
Oh, yes, barely.
21. Tremendous. Her dad is a very good coach, Sanjay Singh.
Yes.
Pleasant figure and very popular man now, having shifted to Hyderabad from Kolkata a few years ago. And his daughter is obviously doing really well. He also has a son who's coming up the junior ranks. I mean, I'm sure you know.
Parental support is extremely crucial, especially in India. And I think these kids have been very fortunate.
Yeah, in their case, it's also directional because daddy is a pretty good coach.
Oh, yes, it helps.
Helps. In fact, a few years ago, when they were both 16, I think it was, the women's Order of Merit winner last year, Hitachi Bakshi and Sneha, were involved in a 36-hole match play battle for the All India Amateurs.
Oh, yes,
at the Bombay Presidency. And somebody who was there at the game came back and said she was completely blown away, enthralled at the quality of these two 16-year-olds. They went head to head for birdie, par for par, bogey for bogey. And I think it was decided either on the 35th or the 36th hole in favor of Sneha winning, of course, that year. And Hitachi Bakshi winning. And thereafter, I think their rivalry has shifted to the professional tour.
Absolutely. I mean, this week...
Sneha winning the Order of Merit 2023, Hitachi winning it in 24. So,
and now Hitachi is, after skipping the first two events, she came back and played her first event this week and finished second.
Wow.
Oh, third, sorry.
There you go.
So, and both of them are going to be playing a fair number of starts on the LET tour in the later season.
Okay.
So
they have conditional status.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Wonderful. Good for them. I think they also went to play, at least Sneha did the LPGA qualifiers.
Yes, correct. Absolutely, yes.
She got to what, second or third stage as well?
She got to the final stage,
Final
but could
stage.
make it.
Wow.
So she can play the Epsom Tour, a few events there.
Wonderful. All right, this is our lead group and our leader teeing off on the 18th and final hole of the tournament. The Gujarat Open presented by Glade won the field of remaining surviving field of 53, contesting for a prize purse pool, or rather of a crore of rupees, 15 lakhs to the winner, 10 lakhs to one place second, 5.9 to third, 4.9 for the person finishing fourth. So good takings available, and this will be the picture through first half of the Tata Steel PGTI 2025 schedule. At the very least, a crore available at every one of the 11 events. Three of which are internationals, two on the European Challenge Tour, one on the main European Tour itself, in the form of our National Open, the Indian Open, which will be played in the end of March in Gurgaon, at the DLF Golf and Country Club.
The interesting thing here, Rahul, is the point of interest for me right now is like whether Yuvraj can keep his slate clean and finish with a bogey-free round. I don't think there's been many, if any, bogey-free rounds today.
So he will be the only one. He and Saptak Talwar were the only ones who were bogey free up till the 17th, where Talwar dropped a shot. Yuvraj Sandhu has come through that test without any trouble. In fact, he almost had a birdie there. So they are now on their way to the 18th, down the 18th fairway. And if he pulls this off, then he will have gone 18 holes without a blemish. Considering the fact that 52 others around him have dropped shots up and down the field, including a good number of double bogeys and more. This is a fine effort by this young man from Chandigarh. Spent last year playing the Asian Development Tour, finished in eighth place to make sure that he got his full Asian Tour card for this year. Showing the effects of that exposure of playing in Thailand and Indonesia, and the Philippines, varying conditions, varying courses. Manu Ganda's in front of us with a long putt that was racing past the pin. Seemed to have completely misjudged the pace on this one. Yes. That ball literally flew past the flagstick. Manu leaving himself on 10, 12, 14 feet to finish things off for the tournament. And his two playing partners, currently second placed, Saptak Talwar taking good long, and Rohan Dhole Patel taking good long looks at what they need to do to complete their putts.
Yuvraj has had just one bogey in the last 3 days, and that came on the 13th. On the third day, he was bogey free through the nine holes on the second round, and had just one bogey in the third round, and none so far.
On the back nine, he dropped for shot. One bogey and one birdie. That's right. Talwar here will be the next to putt, a little closer to the pin than Manu was for him. And you would have seen how rapidly Manu's ball went skidding past the pin. So he will have factored that into his calculations as he stands over the ball. One last look, gets his footing firm. Lovely, but just skipped the hole, and he's asking him, "What did I do wrong?" Nothing. By every standard, I don't think he did very little wrong. Good read, good judgment of pace, and he taps into finish and seal what is a very merited second place on 12 under par, 5 under for the day. Saptak Talwar will be our runner-up at the moment. Rohan Dhole Patel, Pune player, taking his time over the putt. Birdie here will put him back in the top five. So he's visualizing exactly what he needs to do, taking a second and a third and a fourth look, getting his shoulders relaxed, his putter face absolutely clear. He will be disappointed with that. Having stood over that ball for so long, having taken so many second and third looks at his putt, to have still see it slide past like that, not be a happy feeling. Shadows lying long across the greens and fairways of the Glade 1. Gary Player design in Ahmedabad, a 9-hole course being used as a championship venue. This event played over 54 holes. 9 holes on day 1, 9 holes on day 2, and 18 holes for the final 2 days after the cut. 1 crore rupees is the prize pool for this event, the second of the PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI 2025 schedule. And we are in the final acts. Manu Gandas will finish his putt and leave the green, making way for the lead group, who have been waiting for quite some time, having hit the tee shots almost 10 minutes ago, a good 7-8 minutes ago. I'm here. Manu, with his characteristically narrow stance over the ball, I think that pretty much sums up his day from the first tee shot to the last putt on 18. Just not there on the day. Rohan Dhole Patil also disappointed with his final uh, final couple of putts. But that sets the stage for the final group. Arjun Prasad, Kshitij Navid Kaul, and Yuvraj Sandhu, winner last week in Kolkata at the Tollygunge Club, now here leading the field by 5 strokes from Saptak Talwar, who's just finished, walked off the 18th green. Arjun Prasad is the first to go, launching his ball at the island green. Wow, that was
a great one to stop it.
hairy.
Almost
It
like
was close. It's on the edge. He will be praying that it doesn't roll off because there's a slope that could take the ball either way. Yuvraj Sandhu, our event leader, is next. He's just seen what Arjun Prasad's ball did. Stop shakingly on the edge of the green. Yeah, but he's got a better line. I think that's a clearer shot at the green from where he is. Making sure he doesn't not going to rush himself with this, make a late error. There's a good amount of water guarding the green, so you have to be fairly precise in your landing and the amount of check you put on the ball. Yuvraj making sure that he has everything in place, his thought process, his visualization, to making the execution, putting the ball up high in the air. on the way safely onto the green, away from any danger.
It's always a great feeling, for a player to
And
walk down the fairway knowing that you've tied up the win.
that's at best one or at best two putts now to seal the deal for this young man. Extremely talented, extremely hardworking. We all follow his progress through various modes, and as we do with so many of the other players. It's not that he's the only one by any means. Here's another extremely talented young man, a four-time winner already at his age on the PGTI.
But he's done well to hang in there. I mean, with par, he's dropped a lot of shots, a few breaks that didn't go his way. But still, so far, 5 birdies and 5 bogeys. Obviously, an attacking player. He likes
He's
to
gone
go for
straight.
it.
He's gone for the flags, for me, straight for it.
Yes.
Like as you just mentioned, a tracking player, and there he did. Went straight for the flag, leaving nothing back and leaving nothing out. Just throwing a dart at the green and very next to that one. I think that one double bogey checked his progress very badly. The one where he went off, his second shot squatted off into the bushes, and he had to take a.
No, it's like it was a par 5, so I
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
just had a bogey there. But, to drop
Yeah,
a shot on a par 5, he actually dropped a shot on 2 par 5s.
Right.
The fifth and then the 12th, 11th,
Right.
which is basically the second.
So those are the profit holes.
Exactly. I mean, imagine that
Those are the holes
a birdie in each.
you actually
Of course,
make gains.
I love kind of speculating. So a birdie in each of them instead of a bogey would have been 4 shots, and he would have been right up there.
Yep. Despite all of that, he's still in third place. He's sole third.
Yep, that's right.
So in this group, you have the player who's likely to finish first, and the player likely to finish second and third. I beg your pardon. And the one who will finish second just walked off the green a few minutes ago. Saptak Talwar has just left the green, 18th green, and leaving the way for these two guys. Saptak getting a par on his final hole. He finishes on 5 under for the day, 500. And 12 under overall. For the tournament, he will finish 5, maybe even 6 shots behind Yuvraj Sandhu if Sandhu converts this into a birdie. But it will be at least 5 strokes behind. 17 under par at the moment, our tournament leader who's walked onto the 18th and final green of the rupees 1 crore Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1 in Ahmedabad. Along with him, Kshitij Navid Kaur, who's likely to finish third. He's on 9 under par by himself. All the rest around him have finished, are all back in the clubhouse. This is the final group of this 4-day event. Days 1 and 2 were played over 9 holes each. 18 holes was the mark for cut. 53 professionals came through into the final 2 days, the money rounds as they're called. Yesterday was moving day, Friday, sort of drama. Yuvraj Sandhu hanging in there, taking his co-lead from day 2, a sole possession of top spot on the leaderboard by just 1 shot, with both Kaul and Arjun Prasad having an amazing run, 7 under par each yesterday, which Yuvraj has replicated today. Best card by far, and the only one in this field of 53 to be bogey free on this last and final day of the Gujarat Open. On your screens, Yuvraj Sandhu, event leader, winner in Calcutta last week, lining up what is his birdie putt. Conversion here will give him a 6-shot cushion over the second place player, Saptak Talwar. Finished his round just minutes before. All on the way. Everybody gets an uphill putt all the way, and he, like Manu before him, just sees the ball slide past, maybe overreading the slope a little bit and sending it 4 or 5 feet past the pin. But he will still have a power putt and thereafter another 5 strokes to make sure that he.
It's a beautiful green there, just like a bean shaped, kidney shaped, bean shaped, whatever you call it.
Kidney bean. Let's put the two together. Kidney bean, a rajma bean, rajma shaped. I think the Gujaratis would love that. That's their one of their beautiful. So many of the dishes, great dishes of Western India, come from that state. And yeah, bean shaped, kidney shaped island hole. Kshitij Navid call with his birdie attempt now. The dying moments of the Gujarat Open 2025. Tricky pin position. We haven't seen too many conversions here. Almost no birdies being made on this hole today, Swami. Then probably was one. Just Udayan Mane, Harinder Gupta, Mukesh Kumar, all the old heads. The wise heads are the only ones who actually made gains on this hole. Everybody else has dropped bogey, double bogey, or at best par. So the 3 wise heads in this field of 53 were the only ones who actually have birdied on this tricky pin position. Placed on top of a ridge.
So, in case it had been a close finish, it would have really been a clincher.
Yes.
It would have been quite a.
Arjun Prasad with his.
Wow.
Oh, and at long last, at the very end of the tournament, at the end of what is a very has to have been a very frustrating day for this extremely talented young man. He finally has something to smile about. He walks off the green, with a smile of. That's just, I think, relief as much as anything else because he's been denied so often today. We've seen the ball slip past the edge, stop on the edge.
That would mean a lot of money too.
And I'm sure
He
it
was
also
tied
means-
for fourth with so many people,
Sure,
with Hani
I'm sure it
Pasoya,
also means a
Abdev
lot of
Lohan,
money.
and Rashid Khan, and now he breaks into. He will go into a tie with Kshitij Navidkol, who still has a putt to make. So Arjun gets to 9. Even if Kshitij moves ahead, he will still be fourth, sole fourth. So interesting there.
That's done and dusted, and we wait for our tournament leader to
the champion
and champion in one putt away from champion Yuvraj Sandhu to finish things off. And literally, it's twilight. The
That's
sun
a lovely
is
picture
the
there.
sun has gone was well down in the horizon behind him. Way to the west, Yuvraj still not in any hurry. He wants to make sure that this ball drops. And if it does, he will be the only one in this field who would have kept a clean card for the day. Which it does. And with that, Shivraj Sandhu seals a very, very comfortable 5-stroke win at the Gujarat Open presented by Glade 1. Congratulated by his good friend Arjun Prasad, Kshitij Navidkol takes the opportunity of dunking some mineral water on his head. And round of congratulatory handshakes and hugs from. And it's more the caddies who are celebrating with their fellow, with their brother caddy who was on the bag for Yuvraj today for the last 4 days. And yes, so 2 wins in 2 tournaments, Swami. Great stuff for
That's
this young
right.
man.
A round of 7 under for the final round, a fabulous 7 under, 7 under 65, a total of 17 under, 5 shots clear of Saptak Talwar, who finished also very good at 67. So a great win, a second win in as many starts. He is there right at the top of the leaderboard or the order of merit, and he can look forward to now with a few more good results and obviously, to try. Yes, Sampachari congratulates Yuvraj Sandhu. There, a picture
for the album.
Absolutely. So there it is.
Picture for posterity for Mr. Chari. And yes, and we are minutes away from the ceremonial end of the event, which will take place just off the 18th green. Yuvraj Sandhu being congratulated by a member of the media. He seems to be the only one closest to him after the all the handshakes that happened on the green. And now friends and family who've been waiting on the wings come forward. Nice shots from the drone. Our camera crews have been hard at work bringing all these wonderful pictures, some aerial, some on the ground, most of them on the ground, following the action, all the action for the last 2 days. Yes, one final flyby by the drone pilots across what looks to be the next stage of development at Glade 1. This wonderful little course in Ahmedabad, 9 holes for the moment, currently in the shortly to be made into an 18-hole course, full championship course, and very ably run for this and prepared and presented by Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, recent PGTI professional and co
Championship 2025. We witnessed some outstanding golf this week at the 5th edition of the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open. The cut went at even par. The tournament featured some exceptional performances from the likes of Yuvraj Sandhu, Kshitij Naveed Kaul, Arjun Prasad, Saptak Talwar, to name a few. At the end, we had the most deserving champion. Now, to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here in the prize presentation party Mr. Amandeep Johal, CEO, PGTI, Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head, IndusInd Bank, Mr. Rahul Mehta, Owner, Victorious Choice, Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan, Director, Be Safal, Mr. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, GM, Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club, and Mr. Naveen Vaishnav, GM, Mysore Resort. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Amandeep Johal to please address the gathering.
Good evening, all. It is an absolute pleasure being here at Glade 1. Not only for me, but my entire professionals. I think they've had a great week. Truly a world-class facility as far as the golf course is concerned. I have seen many real estate projects all around the world and promise you this is the top class. Really, thank you very much. Truly a pleasure. Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan, thank you very much for hosting us this week. Mr. Naveen Vaishnav, we enjoyed your resort, the Mysore Resort. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, you're one of us, but thank you very much for hosting us. I think you add that flavor of home to Glade 1. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our other partners, Rahul from Victorious Choice. This week, since I've taken over as the CEO, it's been just lucky times for me. I've got Mr. Kapil Dev as my president, and within a few months I got Rahul from Victorious Choice, Rahul Mehta from Victorious Choice join as a tour partner. And this week we have another tour partner in IndusInd Bank. So welcome Mr. Rakesh Mehta and his colleagues here, Ravi Shah, thank you very much for coming. We are so excited to have IndusInd as our banking partner. So they will be the official banking partner of the PGTI from now on. I have a special mention for the Green Superintendent, Mr. Saini, Sandeep Saini. He's never seen, but we've all enjoyed his golf course. Really a big round of applause for Sandeep Saini. And my entire staff, my team from PGTI, I can't thank you enough. Starting with our tournament director, Mr. Sampat Chari, JP, Prabhash, Poonam, Vikas, Nikhil, Wilson, Allah Razi, Mukesh, Arushi. Thank you very much for your wonderful media. And the back in Delhi, Gagan, Pradeep, Vikas, Diksha, and Vibhav. You guys are the backbone of PGTI. The players are grateful for all your effort. You work from 4 a.m. to 10 at night, I don't know, maybe sometimes even 12. And I can't thank you enough, and I'm proud to be your CEO. Thank you very much. Yes, a special thanks to Gujarat Tourism. I forgot about Gujarat Tourism. We love Gujarat. We love the tourism. We love the food of Gujarat and the Gujarati people. I think the sweet Gujarati desserts and the sweet Gujarati people. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, GM Glade 1 Golf Resort and Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening and welcome to all. First of all, I'd like to thank PGTI for giving us this another opportunity to host you guys at our wonderful resort. I hope you enjoyed golf. as the greens were playing very, very good, and there is no debating the fact that Mr. Vaishnav has provided the facility with excellent food, and you guys would have appreciated that. This is the 5th time PGTI is coming to Glade 1, and we are honored and privileged to host you. Thank you.
Aditya getting a roaring applause there from his fellow professionals. Now we have the plaque presentation ceremony, and I would request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly present a plaque as a token of appreciation on behalf of PGTI to Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan, Director, Be Safal. We had a social media contest this week, and we had a winner who broke all records as far as views are concerned. And I would request Mr. Rahul Mehta, owner Victorious Choice, to kindly do the honors by presenting the check of rupees 10,000 for the best reel of the week in terms of views. 69,700 views by Kurush Hirji. He's the winner in the PGTI professional category for the best reel of the week. Unfortunately, Kurush isn't here. He had to leave early. I would request Mr. JP Sharma from PGTI to kindly collect the check on his behalf. JP, if you're here. Okay. Can someone collect the check on behalf of Kurush? Yes, Vikas will collect the check. Mr. Vikas Singh from PGTI. Now to the main prizes, and we'll be announcing the runner-up now, and I'd request Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan, Director B Safal, and Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head, IndusInd Bank, to kindly jointly present the check to the runner-up, Saptak Talwar, with scores of 34, 34, 69 and 67 for a total of 12 under 204. He receives a prize money check of rupees 10 lakh for the runner-up. He's been knocking on the door, second runner-up finish, and we are confident he'll get there very soon. Finally, for the grand prize, the winning professional, and I'd request Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan to do the honors once again by presenting the trophy to our champion. His 11th win, second straight win. He's on fire in this season. Yuvraj Sandhu, with scores of 32, 34, 68 and 65 for a total of 17 under 199. Back-to-back wins. At the start of the week, he said, I need to check this box. Winning back-to-back titles, and he's managed to achieve his goal this week. It's now time to present the winning check of rupees 15 lakh to the champion, and I'd request Mr. Himanshu Madan Mohan and Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head, IndusInd Bank, to kindly jointly present the check to the champion. There you have it, our champion this week. 2 matches in 2025 and 2 wins for Yuvraj Sandhu. It's now time for the customary winner speech. So I would request Yuvraj to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening, everybody. Coming into this week, I only had one thing in mind, getting a back-to-back win, which I've never been able to do. So I did this that week. This week is special to me. A lot of people back home, mom and dad, my whole team who've contributed, my coaches. But there are people here who've contributed to this win, especially Addy. He was my first roommate on my rookie year. I learned a lot of things from him. Some things were supposed to be learned and some things weren't. GP, Hanibaya, Taman, my playing partners, Arjun, all these guys, you've made me comfortable, and the whole PGTI staff, Glade 1 was an amazing experience. The hospitality was so warm, food was so good. The greenkeeper staff, Adibia, you did a great job. Thank you so much. The course was upkeep. Glade 1, be suffer. And everyone who's made sure that I stand here with my chest swollen up and proud. Thank you so much for supporting me and believing in me. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you. Congratulations to the winner once again. He's having quite a season. Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank presenting partner, Glade 1 Golf Resort, title partner, Gujarat Tourism, the very popular Mr. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, Mr. Sandeep Saini and his team for the golf course, Mr. Vikesh and his F&B team for all their support, Ms. Mahi for helping us with the player stats, all players, referees and officials, and of course our tour partners Rolex, Tata Steel, IndusInd Bank, Victorious Choice, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for their fantastic coverage, and Waves OTT by Prasar Bharti. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all here at Glade 1 next year.